Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! What? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna... Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 Alright. I've got a mirror! It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Ooh. Alright, I think it's time to continue on an expedition because I still didn't find any of the cool stuff. I mean, we made really good money, but I didn't find any of the cool stuff. Right? And we gotta find the cool stuff. We also need to put on some music. Divs are cool. Divs are cool. And I mean, we did basically fund this whole amulet, this whole ring yesterday. And while I'm hunting for the cool stuff, we'll try and fund an amulet. Right? Because that amulet needs to go. And this belt could go like right now, to be honest. Maybe. I am very, very broke. What'd you get? Mega Blood finally. Ooh, huge, actually. Huge. Yeah, what flask did you get? Honestly, belts as good as this one are already too expensive. Here it is. Silver diamond. Oh, that needs to be defined still, I assume. Surely you want one of them to be doubled. Silver diamond quicksilver is so good though. I think I want silver quicksilver bismuth and then a double or something. I think. But diamond is so good though. 30% skill speed, 30% movement speed. Yo, I didn't realize those came with the max res. I thought they were just gonna give res. Yeah, I don't need diamond. When I get one, I want silver, quicksilver, bismuth, something. If I get one.
Yes.
Oh geez, new PC. Like, let's see. Like 160p is what you watch, right? Yeah, 160p. That's perfect, right? Well, I don't know what these other ones are. There it is. This stream is probably the safest. Listen,
right
to be fair, the most dangerous things that I do as a streamer are all audio. And 160p isn't going to save you from the things that I say. The unhinged garbage that comes out of my mouth. You're still going to hear. I just don't know that that's going to save you.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered.
Lovely. And now what do we leave ourselves with? 19x. Okay, no good. There's only one low life node on the tree. I mean, there's a lot more than that. It just depends on what you're doing. Like, for instance, this is 20% cast speed when on low life. And then there's obviously that pain attunement. And there's a lot more over here. That's attack while on low life. There's more somewhere. Recovery from flasks. Oh, you mean like for our build? Yeah, it's the keystone and one node we care about, and execute the support gem. This node, which is fantastic, and then that one for the more critical stack multi. That's it. That's it. No spell equivalent to Dire Strike? No, but I swear there used to be. Wait, what's Dire Strike? Oh, yeah, execute the support gem. This one. I don't know what Dire Strike is, but this is our support gem for spells low life, which is essentially a 42% more damage support. Right? 42? 43? 42. 42-ish. Is 40 spirit and gives 7. Wow. You know, I never checked. I never checked support gems. Hold on. Stuff. Gems. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Pull a support gem out. Grab that. Go over here. Show all. Low life. Wow. Nothing for low life for spells. Nope. 70% is crazy. This interview was really good. Ooh. So looking at Fallen Starlight, Unknown Ruins, Sulfate good. Okay, cool. just, just gonna screenshot that real quick. Okay, I guess we'll go this way. We're gonna grab a few more logbooks though. Are we? Yes, here they are. Nope, not there. Like yourself as super underwhelming, it has a rarity elements, but the monsters still drop fuck all. Boom. And we're gonna go that way as well. And cheat sheet, one memento. Is it better than this one? Because this is the one I'm currently using. Which is not fantastic. Oh god. Okay, I still need a better cheat sheet. What I need is the informational graph that just says go do these ones. You know that. You know the ones. Okay. Well, many bosses. Some extra expeditions. Mods. So Fallen Skies is apparently really good. Reflective Waters is okay. The monsters from the river on cliffs where you can't target that can brick them. Storming on top of the boss. Okay. Alright, well, for now.
What is it?
Meeps. How's it going? Fucking great. Boss man, come get some. Come get some, boss man.
Nature's grass.
It's wild. Well, yep, now we gotta listen.
Show it to me once more.
There's a 30 div a map. The huh? Crafting in hundreds of tier bases. Ugh.
Abomination.
Boom. I fight gods. How come I can't jump into a fucking hole without falling over?
I'll not let you touch it, blasted undead.
Or rope ladders, or just landing on their feet, or the tuck and roll technique, or fucking like just land. Give it the superhero landing. I'm floating. I don't even touch the ground. Just let me float down. Fucking umbrella even. Let me Mary Poppins this bitch. Just fucking... Yeah. You'll hear the theory about how Mary Poppins is a Time Lord.
I have seen beyond.
There's only one fate befitting a traitor like you.
I call upon the stars.
I didn't, but I would believe it. She is there for multiple generations. She pops in and out of people's lives, does a bunch of... Ooh, hello. does a bunch of like magical, meaningful shit. She has a bag with her that is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. She can enter pictures. Mary Poppins is a Time Lord. Mana recovery from flask can overflow maximum mana during effect. No, it can't. What? That's a lie. Okay, this flask actually doesn't do any of the things it says. This flask actually does none of the things it says. Ah, okay, never mind. Set my soul tonight.
All right, your order is registered.
The mess. Is it just bugged? Maybe. I mean, it's literally not working. So I have to assume. Set my soul alight. Rely on having some ward. I mean, the flask said when you have no ward, so I assume it's related to having no ward. That would be my assumption, but that's okay. I was gonna buy something. What was it? I just wonder how this will go.
It's your lucky day.
I'm guessing then it meant no ward. It doesn't mean no ward, it means ward is at 0. Maybe. Maybe it means ward is at 0, but you have to have. How come we settled on Arctic armor? I could not find anything better. I wanted to put clarity and vitality 1 in because I had a little bit of extra spirit left over and I couldn't figure out what the fuck else to use. It's only on that weapon set? Right? It's only on this weapon set? Hold on. Why isn't Mana Tempest turning on anymore? Have I fucked up? I think I fucked up. I think I've been not having Mana Tempest. No, because now I've got 89 mana left. Why is Mana Tempest not on? Oh, that's not what I thought it was. This is what I thought it was. Do I even have Mana Tempest? I mean, it's 90% extra as lightning. I was thinking Mana Remnants, though. That's what I was thinking of, was Mana Remnants. Because look, I've got 79 mana available. Currently. Like spirit, rather. Like, what the fuck else am I going to put there? If you can come up with something better than Arctic armor, I'll take it. I've just got freeze, knockback, and vitality 1 and clarity 1. But everything else that there is fucking, yeah, shit. It's all shit. There is no auras for me to use. And so, like, I don't know, at least Arctic armor. Melee attacks that hit you, remove a stage and cause a burst for basically if stuff ever melees me, they get frozen. And knocked back, because I put knockback in it. But like, it's something. It's something. Because what was a non-purity for that extra spirit? No, because in this setup where the totems come out, there's only 18 free spirit. It's not free spirit. It's free spirit only when I don't need Archmage. Right? Both Mana Remnants and Arctic Armor turn off and Archmage turns on when I have the totems. And then when I'm not doing the totems, Archmage is off, but I gotta make up for all that Archmage spirit. And I have nothing of use to use. There's no useful auras. I feel like we must still be missing a ton of useful auras from like the missing classes and stuff, because there's just nothing. I mean, it's another 80 regen. This is giving me like 200 per second when I use it instead of 80. but now I don't have to use it. Missing 12 cold res. Yeah, it's because I made this ring. I don't know if you saw this ring. I made this. We made this ring. And the thing is, I want to put on a ring, but I need to be able to afford to put on the ring and fix my resistances at the same time. And also it doesn't matter. I'm so fucking tanky. I haven't died in like 4 levels. I can't. I don't even pay attention. I just run into the middle of maps. I don't care. Still care enough to use Doriani though? Is it not too comfortable? I haven't had Doriani on all day yesterday. And I wasn't planning on putting it back on now.
Another step into the past.
So pretty comfortable. No, it's one of those things where this master's way too good in Expedition, and if you want to run Expedition, you just sort of have to not run Doriani. It is way too important. Damn. Which master? The one, whatever's the one I'm using? I don't know. She doesn't show up on the screen while I'm in here. The one that has like a 10% chance to re-roll all of these things, and also has the exceptional gems, which is like 2 of the main things we're doing here. Wow, this thing kind of sucks. But I do need to hit a few places, so we'll just hit a few places that matter. And then we'll just fucking leave, right? Was there any reason to come down here? There was, right? A big one? Yeah, a big one. Thought so. No? Nothing? Okay. Did I not? said, well, hello, hello.
Rolling filth.
Oh, okay. Apparently I can die if I just literally stand in the explodey things. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't looking at my screen. I saw some explosion things. Doesn't matter, map got finished. Only care about boss. Come boss. Give me thing. Give me a thing. Let me in.
The red scars call me once more.
You're actually dead, bud. Cheater. He's cheating. He's dead twice. Oh, hello. What was that?
Here he lies.
+2 to level of supported skill if exactly one other support is modifying this item. Thanks. How much is that? You know, I should probably level that, eh? Is to enable it? What? You put lightning mastery in? What are you talking about? But also, I should probably level that archmage up. Mississippi. And doesn't enable it with one extra? With exactly one other support gem modifying it. Maybe you have another one that says with exactly 2. So my hideaway convinced me to an open day. Gonna give totems a go. Nice. Worth. There's 2 levels of exactly 2 other supports. Etherea's augury. Etherean of so I can't use them. I can't use them both. Mine's more expensive. Sell it and buy this one and take that other support out. Or that. Or that. Away from the car. I guess like the other thing I could do is like I could put Ravenous Swarm in and have it breaking shit as well, but like there's just nothing. It's a very big nothing. There's just no auras to use. I mean, I guess maybe Time of Need. I wish it recovered mana. Curses and elemental ailments. I mean, like maybe. So yes, they both. So yes, they both. So yes, they both reach for. Try again. Hey, a +1. Hey, another +1. Whatever. Only on that one, thank you. Yeah, level 17. Okay, sure, whatever. Let's see what we're gonna do with that. It doesn't even appear to fucking... The level doesn't even appear to do anything. Oh wait, they're both the same level. Is mana concept? Is it really? Is it really? Oh, until the breakpoint. When's the breakpoint for an extra little bit of damage? I guess I could look it up. Wait. Wait, there's no... There's no extra damage. I'm looking. Well, what did I do that for? That doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. For me, anyway. Well, I'm not spending my level 20 spirit gem on it then. You can have a level 19 just for the sake of it. Well, I say looking slick will do the tricks. Just not call anything. I am. At some point I should add this, but it's just so expensive. For what? Tanking it? Oh, that's actually way cheaper than it was. At some point I should add that, but what's gonna happen? Yeah, I thought it did. I legitimately thought it did. I thought there was a level at which Archmage got like another 0.1%. Like, no, it wasn't a lot. But I thought there was a point at which Archmage got another 0.1%.
Another step into the past.
Nope. Nope. Wardell's refrigerator. The cooler choice. Come on. Oh. Damn it, it's only 8. Well, I'll still take that. Wait, or this one. This one. I'll still take this one. Thanks, buddy. It is, huh? If we can come this way first, and just dip in and grab that one, and then make a U-turn, and go this way. The fuck? There you go. All of them. Settings it. You get profanity filters on. Wait, oh, you didn't copy your config.ini. Also, do you have an Archmage amulet? Because that's the other really big one that I probably should have done way ages ago.
Take hold!
Unless it's cheap. Well, since we don't care about the level of Archmage in this build, the bases are actually quite cheap. If you're self-casting, you need a high level one. You want 19 or 20. We don't give a fuck. So we take the ones everyone else doesn't want. Yeah, you need to hit spirit and plus levels and cast speed, and then either percent mana or flat mana on the prefix. But it's only 4 affixes. And you get to anoint it with a jewel socket, which, by the way, everybody's anoint is the same now in every build. We should all be anointing a jewel socket. It's fucking OP. Aren't some of the hidden nodes also OP? Compared to a jewel socket? I mean, in like a min-max version, you're looking at like a 5-stat jewel. Like double crit multi, crit damage, and like 2 prefixes. I'd be hard pressed to find a node on the tree that's as good as a jewel socket.
I'll take it.
To warrant a node on the tree over a jewel socket, it would have to be a functional node, not a damage node. Right? Like a functional node, like this is something that's required for the build to work that I can't get to. What's that? That makes a build play well? I am. Like the 20% meta efficient beaver totems. I don't think I'll be using that. I think I'll use the jewel socket. Hello? Oh my god, they spawned down there. There we go. They spawned over the wall. I have to go kill each wave on both sides of the wall for them to respawn. Yo, hello? Please move on. Oh, here's one all the way around here. There we go. I really needed that one to move along. I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna say the word wrong.
I'll take hold!
Ta-da. Thanks, buddy. Map completed. Woke trade for the Pee-wee one. thing.
Who sent you?
Fuck that little mouse, 'cause I'm an albatross. Dum. Easy plus 10 div. Jesus. I was just thinking about a new chest that I might want to buy, but never mind, it's 600 div.
Another step into the past.
Never mind. What's the chest? Oh, I'll show you. Hang on. This one, except with helmets. So I guess it's closer to a mirror. But you can get like 850 ES, +1 to all level, some all res, and 6 soul cores that count as helmets that can get % mana in them. So they can have 6 times 3% mana. Plus that much energy shield. Plus a +1 level. So obviously fucking disgusting. But also a price that is fucking disgusting. It'll fall off the life cost. Yup. Yo, every one of these is a 3. What the fuck? They're all 3s. Repulsion with bitter whatever it was really, really good earlier in gearing. I probably need to take mine out, to be honest. Because I'm not even using bitter anymore. Actually, why am I running it? I was running it early because it was good for blowing up stuff when we didn't have like really good cast speed and shit. The entangle on its own wasn't quite as good at the beginning. But once you get enough cast speed and it starts to feel smooth, you don't really need it anymore. Yeah, I should put Enfeeble in.
Now that's a find.
Yeah. I agree with that. I should have done it also. And absolutely beautifully. Respect your time more or less than PoE1. It's just such a ridiculous sentence. It's this respects your time thing is like relatively new, probably only from the last, I want to say 2 or 3 years. Like, and it means something different every single time a different person asks. What do you mean when you say it respects my time or it doesn't respect my time? What does that mean? What is, tell me what that means, because it's different every single time somebody says it. Isn't feeble? This item's easier to get in PvE2, for example. So, okay. So, when I think of does this respect my time, if I can just get a chase item in a single day, that's not respecting my time. That's wasting my time. It's not even a chase item anymore. I can just get it in one session? What a waste of my fucking time. Like, the point of a chase item to me should be that it takes me at least a week of like grinding for it to buy it, or getting incredibly lucky or something. Like, like how, otherwise, what am I even doing? I'm looking for a game I can sink hours into, not a thing to play in the afternoon for an hour and a half. So, like, from the way you answered it, I would say neither game respects your time, but from my point of view, both games do quite well, because I can spend hundreds of hours every league, and that's what I want to do. Does it make sense? Like, it's not something that like means the same to everybody. Huh. I swear there was an item that let me corrupt things a second time. You spend no time. I spent $40 to 7,000 hours in it. Yep. Or does it have more polish than release? Oh, right. Okay. So first of all, 100 times more polished than release. Release I had fun on because it was all brand new. Every single league since then, and I have been open and honest about it, I have not really enjoyed my time, especially after a few days. I've been mostly playing it because I have to, because it's my job. I have not believed in their ability to get the game ready for launch by the end of the year. I have seen the long-term vision. I have seen it being like, okay, it has all the potential. We're nowhere near it. This league fixed everything. Not everything, but like this league fixed that attitude of mine. I am now excited to get up in the morning and play. Even if I wasn't streaming, I would still be playing PoE2 right now. And this is the first league that has happened. since they launched PoE 2. So yes, I think it's a very good time to get back into it. I think now it is in a state ready for you to play. Doesn't mean it's bug free. They haven't like perfectly nailed everything, but it is now ready for your attention again. So there you go. Hopefully that is somewhat convincing. Is this a difficult game? That's also somewhat of a hard question to answer.
Gold is useless to me. Take it. Indeed.
It is significantly easier to get into than PoE 1 is. And it has a lot more help panels and a lot more new player integration than PoE 1 ever had. So it is a lot easier to get into and understand than PoE 1 is. But it is still far more complex than something like Diablo 4. So you are going to have to do some reading and working out what to do things. But all the information you need is in game in front of you. So like, that was PoE. Just down to not wanting to follow a build. Yep. Well, this is significantly better for a new player experience than PoE 1 is by such a long shot. Don't understand. Hey, a +1, yay. Damn it, another +1 on the same side. Another +1 on the same side. Yes, I got to enfeeble as well. Okay. Because it walks funny. All right. Well, I hit 2 extras on temp chains.
Of course.
Check any one of them. Yoink. There you go. It still has to be leveled. It's only a level 17. I was obviously just using low level ones, but ban them if they don't look right. You didn't even think twice. Ban them if so my enfeeble is level 28. Can you still link a crafted gem that has +1? No, you would have to link them first. I didn't have to do that because these curses are going in blasphemy. So the blasphemy is what has to be 6 linked, not the curses. The curses are going into a meta gem. Was that lineage gem in your blasphemy? Fucking fantastic is what it is. Hold on, and I'll get there in just a second. I forget where the other one went. There it is. Boom, level 28 curses. This one is this thingy at Ziri's Communion. Supported skills reserve a percentage of your maximum life equal to 66% of the base spirit reservation. But yeah, you can level corrupted gems. You cannot change their quality or sockets. So let's see, what does this actually give me? I really should try and get a +1 blasphemy as well, but so in the blasphemy we're at -21% damage to non-unique targets. And 43% slow. Blasphemy, Tempt Chains, and Feeble is silly. It's silly. They have 1% less damage and 1% more slow. That's because of my amulet. I have to get a +4 amulet. You've got more levels than me. You have curse effects somewhere? But neither if yours is cold. Ah, right. Well, presumably you make up for some of them on your amulet. Oh, you've only got +2. Okay. So I'm like 3 levels in front with curses then. It'll be better when I get 2 more levels because there's roundings at 30, which they're only at 28. So if I can get 2 more, then it'll jump up a decent amount. Right. Back in just a second. Ooh. Ah. When it said last night I died with a 15% curse magnitude limb effect. I fucking hate that those go away when you die. I hate it. What's the expedition strat? I should probably look that up instead of just running all the expeditions. Good loot in the randomly hitting expeditions. Yes.
Another step into the
So I'm using all 4 of the cheap spawn boss things whenever I use logbooks, and so I am killing a lot of bosses. And then what I'm doing when I come in here, usually for these ones I run them because they've got like the old school mods on them and they can add up quite a bit, but that is a little bit of a gamble. Generally speaking, I just run around. I look for good things here, like unique jewelry, for instance, or 10 divines, or one of the big runes or something. I don't even glance at the fucking ones that have 3. I'm just looking for good shit, and if there's no good shit, I will fucking leave. Like, I don't care. I might do that on the next one. See how that one goes. Oh. Oh, I actually don't know which one of those. One's efficacy is 10.5. And Celestial is also 10.5. They're literally the same price. Well, I've also been curious about this. What's the explanation? That spawns together is the same price, right? I've been curious about this fucking thing. Destroys all augment sockets on an item to create a dual socket. I mean, I can't use like I can't like get an experimental base that's corrupted for +1 and then like put this in and have 2 sockets and a jewel. It's going to get rid of all of them and replace them with just 1 jewel. Sockets and put right. Well, that one then, because I might use it for crafting. But then can you promptly corrupt the socket back on? Well, I was thinking more like something that already had multiple sockets. It says consume all, but like you have to check, is it gonna consume all? Or is it just gonna be like, I got rid of a socket? Like you can never just trust it, right? Like you have to. Like it's still GDG. You can't just blindly trust the tooltips. You have to. You have to double check. I'm gonna make it right. Was it down here? No, it's over there. Hold on. Hold the phone. It's this one over here. Yeah, it's that one over there. Do not take that one. And then a quick double check. Immune to chaos is fine. Nothing else matters. Cool. Okay, less unlucky than I am. I know perfect jewelers can only drop from item level, what is it, 81 mobs? No, 80. No, 81? Yeah, 81. So just the uniques in regular maps. And if you use an irradiated thing, then only the magics end up. I think.
Shake the tree, see what falls. Nature's grass!
Ooh, he slapped me. It didn't kill me though. What was that? Nothing. Just opens a chest. Okay, cool. So this map just had 5 of them? 5 rituals? I didn't even know you could get 5 rituals. I've only seen 4. Huh. Crazy. Yeah, temp chains and feebles OP. I will take that, thank you. Well, we've made 20 divs since we started logging in. Since we started this. I like this enchant. That's a great enchant for gemling. You know what? That's the one instance in which you can use a different one. A different anoint. Looks like a anoint on the helmet, right? Yeah. Alright, that's fair. Yeah, there are gonna be some exceptions where there are like functional differences where you should like, for the function of your build, you want this anoint. But if at any point you're looking for an anoint that you're like, oh, how can I get the most amount of damage out of an anoint? It's the same answer for every build. The same answer for 100% of builds that are just looking to get the most amount of damage out or whatever. Or the most amount of defense. If you don't have something for function, this is your anoint. I'll take +1 jewel socket, please. How expensive is that anoint? Never looked. Couldn't tell you.
Nature's grasp!
I call upon the stars.
Could be worse.
There's a thing. It's not even good yet. It's not even good yet. It's not even good yet is a crazy thing for me to say right now. Oh, if it was sadly good. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was saying in chat this morning that I wanted to try. Did you jump straight onto it? Well, you need a way to get 3 curses, right? You don't necessarily need a wind scream. You need a way to get 3 curses, right? Oh, right. Right. Windscream doesn't happen to be one of those ones. Windscream doesn't happen to be one of those ones that has a rune, does it? Okay. I was just wondering. No, it doesn't exist. Damn. Wait. Wait. Damn. Okay. It's not on the lore weave either. I very quickly had to check if it was one of the lore weave mods.
Take hold!
Oh.
Here he lies.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Was that a degen? Did I just stand in a degen? Remember that thing about not being able to die? And also not caring about having 63 cold res? It turns out 63 cold res does matter. And I can die if I just AFK stand in a degen after the boss dies. I don't even remember what these do. Hold on. Oh yeah, right. Do they do anything to anything else? Or do they just change the notable? I feel like it's just changing the notable. When are we watching that interview? Soon. Nope, it is changing some stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Is there a timeless jewel calculator for these? No. Bollocks. Well, maybe I should reach out and see if they still exist. Back in the day, there was a super secret spreadsheet with a whole bunch of seeds for timeless jewels before the seed was cracked by the public. I wonder if that sort of bullshit still exists. It almost certainly does. The problem is, I had access to it, but I never used it, and it would be the same thing here. If I reach out and they're doing it, I can never use it. Right? I can never use it. I want to use, while I'm paying attention, one of the really good expedition things next. Just to like see how that goes. But I want to pay attention to that, so I guess after that we'll listen to the interview.
Rolling filth.
Jump on in, buddy. Again, I have fought gods, and also I float. Can I not trip when I land at the bottom here? I don't touch the floor, and I can fight gods. So like, maybe jumping in a little hole shouldn't fucking do that to me. I got heavy stunned by a pot exploding. Check global. I'm intercepted today. It's pretty gross. All right. As soon as that's a focus. That's a scepter. Oh. Oh, I want it. Oh, I want it. I want it so badly. How much did that cost you to make?
Man's a monkey.
Who knows? Paid 1 div for the base. Wow. Wow. I'm pretty sure that's worth like 250, 300 or something like that.
I have seen your downfall. Show it to me once more. Olof the Damned.
Come on, bosses. You can't do that, Bill. That sort of stuff gets you fired. What? What is this? What is this? Where are all of your toads? What's the cast speed on your casts right now? Like how many casts per second do you do? Like what's the cast speed? 2.5? Can you slow it down? Oh no, 0.4 should be fine. Also 0. Yeah, it should be anything under 0.25, isn't it? Isn't that the cooldown of the frog thing? I feel like you should have more frogs. Essence Drain now has 9 chains. Naturally, without the chain gem. You do not need the chain gem. Also, if you were to use the chain gem, you'd use the lineage one that gives you 100% more chains, but doesn't add any, because then it would be 18. But also, I feel like 11 is enough. I feel like that's good. You're fine. If anything, you'd put like, if you wanted more, you would have to like scatter shot or something. So you had 3 projectiles that then change, right? I'll come to one of your maps. Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I got stuff to do. I'm doing the things. Okay, well right here is one that's sulfite, which is at least a good layout. And chest of it's supposed to be 12 attempts. Yikes. Ooh, 25 ago. Okay, well, if I'm gonna spend 25 on one of these, because I have to test it.
Is registered.
Yeah, I paid 22 for mine. There was one up for 18 at the time, but it had 52 mana instead of 60. I was like, nah. I don't know how this is absurd. All right, so like, I'm gonna cast nothing. I might cast Entangle just to keep myself alive if I ever have to, but I'm gonna do no damage. in exile here.
Rout said snare ye!
Where are all of the mobs? How big is your fucking contagion?
Forgive me! Why was he Barman? Don't get away with this!
I mean, I'm not going to say it doesn't seem smooth and good clear. This is old ED Contagions. But just like old ED Contagion, it doesn't have the greatest damage in the world. It's not bad either. But I can just do that real quick.
Away with you!
Okay. That clear on Contagion looks fucking gross though. Like that's is that like the whole fucking screen? It felt like you were contagioning stuff that was here, like where Zolan is, and hitting things where Ange was. It was just jumping that far. Like it was, I saw jumps that went that far. And then so brings the many crafts that took me 50 seconds to scroll through them all. I have no idea. But I do know that I'm using one of these 20 fucking 3 div items next to, we'll see. Expedition logbook comes out. We do it at least in a place that has sulfite. I'm sure I saw one. There we go. There's one. At least those are the good layout ones. Oh, there's also this one up here. I still haven't seen Fallen Starlight. Whatever. Okay. Well, that's not expensive at all. It only hit 2. That's rude. That's rude. Sometimes you can get like 6 or 7. Well, I got 2 and it cost me a lot. These 2 don't even work. If I'm gonna juice them, I might as well juice them though. So at least these ones work. No, I don't even need contagion. That's fine though. Perfect. That'll do. Quantity, rarity, sure, whatever. Immunity contagion.
Another step into the past.
That's not the one, but it is one of them. Perfect transmute, I think, is worth. Two divines? This is not a fantastic map. Not for a 25 div thing. It's a sad one. It is, but it's like also just good enough to like to make me have to run it. Alright. Well, hit everything that matters.
The wild take hold! Wilds take it. Nature's fury.
There's a lot safer as I can't enter the abyssal death that won't let me in, and I own a Mahu option to spawn maybe 10 shadow monsters in the last. Oh. I have not had any issues, but I also haven't been doing them very much. Like, there occasionally while I'm out here, there are like regular maps and my abyss and everything goes on them, but generally I'm out here to get my extra fucking passive point. Replacing someone last night. Use the abyss craft to get a third. As on hit and hit 5% spirit reservation. I mean, that seems fine. No, enemies ignited by you, the minions don't count.
Roots and snare ye!
Sound of my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on and...
Twisted thing!
Hello, ritual tablet. Not the tink I was expecting to be here, but I will take a ritual tablet if you insist. What the fuck? Does my entangle open boxes? Not those ones. Sure, I'll take a divine.
Begone, foul figure!
Round downtown Gary and I gun and knife. And I'll take those.
The wilds take hold!
Well, I don't think we quite made basically we made 4 div out of half of a 25 div item. We need to make 21 div out of the next map to break even. Oh wait, there is a third one. Never mind, there's 3. Oh, and that's a 7, and that's a 6. That one's a 7. Well, you want me to head over to the 6 first and do the 7 one last? I'm on board. Six, 7. Couldn't help it. Instill, that jewel socket instill can be crafted onto a body armor. Not just any body armor, right? You need to, like, you can't just, right? This is one of the soul modifiers from the new ring, from the new runes. Right. By the way, my original plan for this build was to go CI until they introduced that support. I was going to be CI mom and just not need chaos res.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
But then suddenly, we can't do that.
Wild spawn.
It's not over. There's one chest with a double trade. Jesus.
Balance restored.
Yoink. Oh, that's how. Right. So that isn't a new rune modifier like can roll soul cores or anything. That is it an essence or a delirium thing? It's one of those random things, and you can't control what notable it hits. That's the most important part. You cannot control what notable it hits. It will just give you a notable from the fucking hundreds that are available.
The wild take hold.
Can you chaos spam them? I mean, insane chaos spam. Wait, I didn't check. Was it a prefix or a suffix? Tell me it was a suffix. Prefix? Fuck. Prefix are in such high demand. Okay, spam plus million on a belt.
That will leave a mark.
I believe it only drops from the Genesis tree, but I'm not 100% sure.
Foul creature.
But I believe it only drops from the Genesis tree directly.
Wretched animal. Nature's grass.
Oh, hello. Perfect jeweler's orb. Nice.
I'll take it.
A challenger! I'll catch this! Okay,
Yeah, catch that.
Yama sees you. You are worthy.
Is that it? Did you just sit there? Did I interrupt you so mid-ability that you don't get to die?
We best be ready.
Cool.
Speed.
It smells just like a flower. Ooh. +2 and minion movement speed. I'll take it. I mean, I won't. But you know me, minion movement speed is like the number one minion stat. You can press check. Is there a way to say press check? Check the price for this item in my inventory. Yeah, there is. When you mouse over something, it even says Shift Alt Click. Shift Alt Click. And then it puts the stuff in. You can tick and untick, but it only works if you're in your hideout, which is probably not where I do the majority of my price checking. Well, maybe it is, but I definitely do a fairly decent amount inside a map. Also, it doesn't work there. It also takes like 3 times as long to load as just using Exiled Exchange 2, so I would just keep using Exiled Exchange 2 unless you're not on a computer.
Shape and filth.
Good color roller coaster, even though I'm not supposed to.
Begone, foul creature.
Everybody wants to be the same.
Not so secret anymore. Your power spent.
I need to find one of those gambling chests in one of these maps at some point. I have 16 million gold. I wish I could give some of it to Pineapple. And just give her 12 million gold, that'd be great. But like, there you go. Solve your problems for a little while.
Wilds take ya. Nature's grass.
Hey, there is Pineapple. I bet she'd also take 12 million gold. And be happy about it.
Nature's fury.
Fine, I'm actually mapping and stuff now. Hey, progress. But I forgot to exalt them all, so now I have a ton of 4 mod tier 16s. Oh no.
Balance restored.
Not right now. I'm about to have dinner with Mum. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Twisted thing.
What to say? 25 just on the nice. Is that also where you find your passive point?
Nature takes what's old.
I haven't seen it yet. Fuck. I want my passive point. Oh, straight in. Like, I kind of want my passive point. And then I also want to like hold that, like find another map for the passive point so that when I make an ult I can get it again. There's no world orders don't take 150 div. Fuck. There is, after I already have my mage blood and my arclight mage amulet and everything. Yeah. Archmage amulet and my mage blood. After that, if I'm buffing it, I did not.
We do not suffer.
Hey, Abyssal Echoes. I will take that, thank you. We're increasing local drop rates. Cool. Oh, I have to come in here first. Right, I see. I was like, but I'm casting. Why is he not dying?
Won't bring Aoife back. But it's something.
Are we finding this edition? Just logbooks? Yep. You use tablets on the Grand Expedition maps. As far as I can tell, the +1 level tablets are the only ones that work. Unless there's another one. So like when I'm mapping in between them, I'm using Breach and Abyss just because they're generically good. Oh, am I doing it again? No. No, I didn't. I'm bouncing. Hold on. Let me take my meth. But also I need to visit the bathroom real quick. I will take my meth and go to the bathroom and we'll stop with the bouncing. The constant bouncing. And watching of frogs, Kamikaze boss. Nice. Snort it? I mean, it's riddling. When I can't stop fiddling, I just take my Ritalin. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. Never mind, my bathroom is being used. I didn't even know anyone else was home, but someone's in there. Early next year, I might be doing the weirdest move that I've ever done. My sister's been living in the spare room downstairs while the dog is like the dog's not allowed, like it's crated, right? It's also not allowed to walk upstairs or anything. So we have like a storage room over there. There's like a half storage, half gym. It's got a tiny bit of gym equipment in it. I was gonna keep building out. But she really enjoys having less space. And so she was talking about swapping with me and putting me upstairs where we've got like 3 whole bedrooms and a lounge room and a proper kitchen and everything, because she doesn't use any of the space. She spends most of her time in her bedroom because she prefers smaller spaces. Well, it's big enough for there to be a separate room for the gym, a separate room for my stream, and a separate room for my bedroom, and have an actual kitchen. And maybe I'll do something with the kitchen. He would cook. Maybe I would cook. 3 divines. Oh. In stream? Well, that's the thing. If we do that, then I actually could set up in such a way that I could have cooking streams and meal prep streams for league starts and shit. The only downside is there wouldn't be a green screen. You would see the background, which I guess like technically you can see a little bit of the background right there. Let's get rid of that. And you can always just paint another wall. I could. Oh, the screens are cheaper than the paint. The screen's like a third the price of the paint. The fact that the screens weren't big enough. That's exactly why. Yes. Although, I do remember reading about maybe 8 or 10 months ago. I do remember reading about Nvidia having a thing where they could like fake pseudo green screen out a background very easily. In fact, maybe before that, because I think it was before I got this computer, and my old computer didn't have a graphics card that could do it. It wasn't capable, but the newer generations were.
I'll take it.
And I just didn't have a good enough version. But now I do. Whatever. I don't think we can give you 10 cents. No, don't worry. I've got some already. We're trying to get rid of. Also, Baylor does not live in a mansion. Baylor lives in a family home that now only has 2 people in it. And it has most of the time had 5 people in it. 4 or 5 or 6 sometimes. And 8 for a few years. That was a bit more off.
I'll take you. Dare ye? Now that's a fight.
Woohoo. A helmet one. Now all you have to do is hit off the 50% conversion and hit that conversion with the flat ES or the ES percent or something. Uh-oh, found a bug. Just the one. Ho! Yeah, like that. I can't check them from, but yep, like that. There's in the cleanse area. The intermission has cleansed monsters all over and no wisps. You have to find the exit yourself. I'm not gonna lie, I find that 90% of the time I'm finding the exit myself. Yeah. You could. You could. It would be annoying, but you could. If it does, we ain't snitching.
It is some old.
A challenger! Okay. Yama sees you. You are worthy.
There's some really grand expedition maps that I need to be aware of. Honestly, I have no idea. No. Definitely always be using a +1 tablet though. I know that. There's the 7s. There are technically bosses there. That one's the 6. Okay. If you start a chain of 5, you haven't explored. Looks like the options are outside of the fog of war. Ah. Yes, but again, I have no idea if I'm doing it correctly. Like, I don't know, powerful bosses is not really a thing that seems to be happening. I should probably change that to something. I'm a bit confused. Hello? Oh, I've been using it for this thing. This one. This is the big thing. And then obviously from the bosses, 35% increased chance to find lineage supports. Good. Powerful map bosses. Powerful map bosses. What I don't know is if like the bosses count as powerful map bosses, like these ones. I don't have any left. Because like these are powerful map bosses, right? But what about the actual bosses I'm killing that are like a step above that? Are they also still powerful bosses? Or are they not? Because if they're not, I should really drop those two. But then what do I use? Like those maybe? Maybe like that? Anything? It just says, but powerful map bosses are map bosses that are even more difficult. But like, the bosses potentially also. Powerful bosses that are more powerful than normal bosses. Right? Like, sure. You completed the Atlas. I mean, I've completed the center bit of the Atlas, if that counts. deadly bosses? Is there? No, not from here. Oh, deadly bosses are specific powerful map bosses. So they are also powerful map bosses. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that was there until you said. If only there was some sort of legend, and then I went, oh, there is, okay.
Routes and stare ye! Wild spawn! Begone, foul creature!
When you become one of the true. Hello? Hello? There are no mobs. Oh, it's that thing where it spawns them on the other side of the wall. Yep. Hold on, I gotta walk all the way around here. There they are. I found them. Headshot stuff on the tree if you're using forced outcome. You should read the rest of forced outcome. Inevitable crits. Hits which could potentially be critical strikes but do not roll critical hits will re-roll hit chance until they succeed. Hits have 30% less critical damage bonus for each time that it has to re-roll. So it's not very important to crit cap or anything. And I do not know what the specific math is, but I think it's somewhere around 50 to 60% crit is like an ideal range. But I'm doing that based off the guesstimation in my head. And not on any real math. Someone might have done the math at some point. Someone almost certainly has. Not me. Hello? Oh, they're on the other side of the wall. Are they? Yeah, there they are. That is awfully annoying. If they could not spawn on the other side of the wall, that'd be fucking great, actually. If you don't mind. Yeah, I'm wrong, but isn't this only implying that you basically always crit? Did you miss the second half? Did you miss the second half? Hits have 30% less critical damage bonus for each time you have to re-roll.
Mortal fool!
So if you find yourself re-rolling fucking 3 times to get a crit, you've only got 10% of your crit multi left. But yeah, I'm sure there's a Reddit post somewhere with math saying this amount of crit is the ideal amount, but I'm just going for, you know, 50 to 60% ish crit and then get more crit multi. Ideal is around 45. Would Malagar's gloves work? I mean, I don't know. I want to say yes, but also 250 crit multi is not a lot. But then I guess you were just not investing crit in any way. And then you would just have 100% crit with 250 multi. And you would invest everything else elsewhere. I want to say yes. Easy to Dev. Let's go. Hello. Huh. Cheaper than I thought it would be. From the desktop. Nice.
Nature's fury.
Another divine orb. I really shouldn't use it anymore. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would never get that high. Like I said, my like feeling based estimate was like 50 to 60%. Like 60 being the upper and 50% being my minimum aim.
Nature's grasp. Balance restored.
Another divine.
Pack's heavy enough already.
Oh damn. Okay. Yeah, all right. That's something. Wow. That's not. That might be. Can you fucking stop attacking me? I'm busy. No, thank you.
Misshapen filth. Nature takes what's old.
Hate defines us all.
Nice. Oh, there was a reserve rib there. But I ain't going back in for it.
Wild take hold.
What the fuck are those?
The old ways still whisper.
Oh, okay. Sure. Look cool though. Now I'm going to visit the bathroom. I'll be back in a few moments. Whew. Much better. Ah. Whew. Okay. So now we have a 6 and a 7. This is gross. Hold on.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm
Huh.
still a piece of garbage.
There's no chance. I have no idea. Okay, let me get rid of all of that. This thing is disgusting. Eight divine as it is, but it has a suffix free, and it might as well get ribbed then before I sell it. I might as well take a regular rib, right? Well, it is pretty gross. How much are ancient ribs? We'll just use a regular rib. How much are these? It's worth using one of them, then it's worth using if I ribbed something good on it and then got rid of energy shield recharge. Nah, we'll just rib it and we'll use the thing. Ribbit. Yeah, the echoes are cheap. We're really just after like any resistance or stat, to be honest. Yeah, no, we'll just take cold and chaos. First go. But someone's gonna be happy about that. Yeah, at least 20 div. At least 20 div in its current state. I'm gonna masterwork those runes before we sell it. Work with Doriani's prototype. I mean, it would counter it, right? Because treating them as inverted, if you put them to -80, then it would be +80. If you cap your res and then flip it, then it's negative. True. Lightning res to invert it. Yeah, you should be able to do that. $75 each. Yeah, it's a big difference if I can hit 1600 though, which I think maybe I can. Maybe? It should only go to your max res.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Oh, nearly. Okay. With Saturday night. All right, 45 div it is.
I'm sure someone will want that.
Nice. Not like the fire pen ring. Yeah, it's capped. Although you can increase your maximum lightning all the way up to what, like, is it 90 or 85 in this game? For some reason, I feel like it's 85, but it could be 90. Okay, good shit. Good shit. Not like that. All right, maximum 6. Let's go. Sorry, minimum 6. Let's go.
Another step into the past.
Be someone you know. I mean, sure. He just crafted a chest of his own? He did. Wait. I don't know the price of this. To be fair, Pineapple, it dropped on the floor with 5 out of 6 mods. All I had to do was add the omen. And I will show you because I have to check if +1 all spells, 5% movement speed, or both fire and additional attack is worth more. I don't know. Here. I just put it up for sale. I did consider suffix essencing to try and get rid of the recharge rate and put a third res on, but so we're just cheating now. I mean, it dropped with 5 of those mods on it. I just threw an omen on and that was it. That's just how it dropped. Arrow's worth nothing. Movement speed is worth nothing. Level of all spells is worth nothing. Never mind.
Another step into the past.
Is there something? No, it's from the really expensive fucking rune thing that I'll show you because I'm gonna do another one, but so far this one has not been worth it. But it's only the first one, so 25 div ago though, so yikes. I assume this one.
Let's see if you can stand the heat.
There's some bosses in here?
Submit.
Cool.
Turn to ash.
Let's try and end there then. Was one of these worth it? Shit. Eh. They're okay. Well, I sold to the company store.
We carry his name.
There you go. See if that's. So when I do a character move because of worse, it runs and tries to snip something. Hey, nice sales.
Past meets present. dare ye? Current claim ye.
Cool. Don't think I've been in here. Wonder if there's going to be a new recipe for me. Nope. But there are some rogue exiles underground somewhere. I can tell from that. I don't know if I got any other underground areas, but oh, the Pinnacle of Power wand. That is a very cool wand. I don't know if it's worth anything, but it's a very cool wand.
Nature takes what's old.
Boom. Sure.
A tidy sum. The wilds take hold.
Hard to ask.
Kneel.
Okay. Ta-da, map complete. Tenfold nerfs? I thought they were just buffing it. Fracture modifiers can no longer be transformed by a flux. Okay, sure. But the introduced automatically when using move only. Removed prevents destabilization of a room from everywhere, but okay. Reduces the destabilization from small passives to 1% from 2%. Oh. Ancient Inscription Hilda now grants 8% tablet effect per different tablet from 25. This was not working until yesterday. It was hot fixed when the fixed values should be changed alongside the thing. Temporarily disabled frozen smite microtransaction, applying the ice fragment art variation. X5 maps getting more random league content than intended. Fix the client crash. 2 instant crashes. Okay. But I want a belt. If everything in my shop sold, I'd have it, but probably not gonna happen. I have to craft more stuff to sell. Just be further from the belt and so on. No. You wait for more stuff to sell, and whilst you're waiting for more stuff to sell, you go mapping to add to your currency pool until you can afford the belt. Alternatively, you take my money and craft my next thing. And you use that to keep busy while you're waiting for your own stuff to sell. Actually, never mind, because I actually don't have money to give you. In fact, I can't even afford another one of these tablets that I used to get this, because it didn't. Well, we've still got this one though. Please. Please. Okay, minimum 7. I mean, I guess it said minimum 7, did it not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's gone now.
Another step into
Oh. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I'll take it. Oh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I don't know the price of any of these. I don't know the price of any of them. Presumably, I would think. Hang on. Let me type them all in here. H-U-H. Peewee Ninja. Peewee 2 Economy. Runes. Runes? Runes. Wow, it looks like Hunt is the best one. Who's a goddamn baby or a... That's rude. Alright, well, whatever. +1 level's the only thing that does anything. Losers, baby, losers. Oh, hello. Wait, 5, 6, up. No, only 7 again. Garbage. Maybe that one. Nope. Regardless, because the residues. Oh, I'm running it anyway, but right now I'm still at -19 div for the tablet. So like this map has to drop me 19 div to break even. Which I don't think it's gonna do. Did I want to go back there? Can't remember now. No, I don't care about that one. So I can head from there down to this one down here. Yep. Okay. Well, 25 actually, but I've made a little bit. I'm just still owed 19 if I want to break even. Son of a bitch, you don't reach it? That's so rude. I mean, you might as well hit that one on the way past. Yep, 2 more, you might as well hit something. Here we go.
Nature takes what's old. filthy vermin!
Morning. Fucking mana siphoners. The one thing you have to pay a lot of attention to if you're Archmage Mom, mana siphoners. They will murder you. Okay, sure. Oh, level 20 Reap.
Pack's heavy enough
Yo,
already.
this is actually gross. Okay, we have to stop after this and do a better loot filter.
Go on.
Eh. Sometimes the masters are doing a general strat. You're assuming I have one?
All right, your order is registered.
All I can tell you for sure is that it's definitely this guy. This is the most important one for the normal ones, and for any of the bosses, you need to have this guy on. Those two are the most important things. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do with the rest of them, to be honest.
Another step into the past. Get a plague on the land!
Use the grand, only the plus ones.
Take hold!
Only the +1 level ones. The rest of them just don't get used.
Balance restored!
But you do want to use the +1 level ones. You want everything to be at least 80. You are my biggest fan. Okay, am I? Oh, come on. Yeah. There we go.
Gone, foul creature!
Come on, spawn. Oh, here you are.
Nature's grass!
Guys, stop hiding in the water. Come out. I can, but I'm not gonna. Guys, stop hiding in the water. Come on out so I can kill you. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Can I carry anymore?
Yeah, okay. It's time. This is the last map I do on this filter. It's time.
Yes.
Time for a Giga Chad filter? It is. Time for a Giga Chad filter.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Another step into the past. A druid knows to travel light. Nature's grass!
You've received a shipment.
It's too much. Oh, that's a tier 5. Damn, we're really good about spirit.
Another step into the past.
Whoa, what are you? Where did you come from? Yo, I'm busy looting, my dude. You need to fucking relax over there.
A druid knows to travel light.
Come check out what came in for you.
Speed.
Hybrid T1? It is. Ooh. Oh, keep that. I'm crafted on that. That's fucking gross.
Another step into the past.
Okay, ready? These worth keeping. That can go, that can go. Jesus, I pressed Alt. My bad. I mean, that just needs like a crit suffix and an omen prefix, and it sells for a lot. That one's not quite good enough. Nope. Nope. Okay, finally able to move on from just right there from that one mob. Glowing ring under your character. That's 2 blasphemies and a purity of fire. None of those are MTXs. I'm running temp chains and enfeeble blasphemy. Well, shit, here we go again. Well, in a minute. All right, here we go again. Where's the rest of the stuff from that rare? Not here we go again? They normally drop extra piles of shit. Where's the rest of it? Would it fall off the fucking edge? Okay, sure, whatever.
Balance restored.
Easy div. Yeah, I'm the one that you wanted. Okay, I think that was all I did. Just to here, right? Yep.
North, thank me for that.
Okay.
It's your lucky day.
So I could just enter that. Someone else could craft it. Oh, is it fire? Purity of fire? It's purity. Purity, double blasphemies, Arctic armor. I don't like the Arctic armor bit. I just have nothing else to put there. I can't think of a way to use my excess spirit when Archmage is off that's useful anyway. It's left as blasphemy reserve. I mean, I've got double blasphemy on it. It's reserving that much. However much that is. Okay, it's a percentage. It is a percentage of your life, not a flat amount. Intimidation buff? Yeah, that is a good one, but it would be free in the scepter that doesn't use up my spirit. Okay, let's have a look, see here.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, your order is registered.
Get rid of them. Yoink, 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 yoink. Okay, well, that is unfortunate. We absolutely, I mean, maybe we made our money back, maybe. But only if that chest sells. Unfortunately, they're 28 div a go. And so I don't even actually have enough to do another go. So not all mechanics in the game. No? I guess very technically, slightly, kinda, but not really. Now, let me fill up my water. Ugh. All mechanics of you using, I guess, choose a PvP. Yep, they nerfed that master. Which it sounds like was deserved. And never worked to begin with. Well, it worked suddenly. Just like the other day with a hotfix or whatever. And then they were like, yo, that's way too strong. No. Okay, well, I didn't enjoy that one. That was excessive amount of money for not very much return. I'll still give it another go, but later. For now, we'll go just do regular ones. Unknown ruins and oh, they're both for the same place. It says unknown ruins, exhumed ruin. Where's that one then? I don't see it. That was supposed to be a free one. Equals unknown ruins, which I had, equals exhumed ruins. Open a free random nearby biome. Okay. Fucking where? We're also gonna go that way. There, now I've got two. Well, I guess I'll just sort of look out for it while I'm going. It's time to try the Captain America build. I'm surprised you're not already on that one. Fair. Just to add. There. They really are, though. Projectile speed, projectile damage, projectile levels. That surpassing chance to fire an additional projectile isn't limited to bows either. That just, it doesn't say to bows, it just says to fire an additional projectile. That's fucking great. Wonder what those gloves look like on a martial artist. That is always the question, though. Don't stand in the cold degen that's on the floor when the boss fight's over. What is that? Alright. There's a good reason that's hidden. Health bar not being 100% full of noise. What, mine or theirs? Yours? It's just in settings. You can change it so it looks full if you want to. I like seeing it as low life, but you can change it in settings to like ignore the bit you've reserved and pretend that the unreserved portion is your full life if you wanna. Sure. Sure. Okay, cool, never mind. But it'd make me feel safer, you know what I mean? I mean, that's fair. But my health bar is my mana pool, not my health anyway. So... feel like we just did this, buddy.
Wild spawn. Nature's grasp. Nature takes what's old.
What do you got? What do you got? That one's worth more. How much you got still in the car? Yoink.
The filers are dead.
Oh, did I kill the bear you were next to that you wanted to go into? My bad. Well, now you're going the wrong way. So, bye, buddy.
Balance restored.
Oh no.
Oh, quick!
As arrows back, you cannot wound me.
And again.
I cannot die.
Oh, quick!
Did I do it too quick?
Once more.
Whatever, take it. Come on, boss man. Hit me with something. Hit me with something.
The wilds take hold.
This is fun. No. Ah! Oh. I mean, like, technically you did drop your thing, but the answer is no, they don't sell as the Archmage because nobody is looking for those ever. Not because they're not good, but because nobody will ever be looking for them who's playing Archmage. They would be good, there'd be a lot of damage, but no one's ever gonna look. Sure.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Okay, okay.
Monstrous wretch.
Hello, what do you got? Whatever. Oh, there's a thing under there.
Nature takes what's old.
Ah, you don't matter. Never mind. Cool.
Nature's grasp.
Yo. Tier 2 cold. That'll do it.
Can hardly leave this untouched, can I?
You just tell it what you want it to do.
Nature takes what's old. Twisted thing. More than enough.
I've never heard this song before. I know you guys can't hear it. Okay, as again. Nice. I know you guys can't hear my music, but I've never heard this song before. Spotify's just going. I've never heard this person before. Little Sis Nora is the name, and the song is called MDMA. Fine. But the lyrics are something along the lines of, can I buy MDMA? The guy says yes, and she says, $50, is that okay? And I'm just gonna tell you, I don't know where the fuck this lady grew up, but you cannot buy MDMA for $50. That's like, no. That is so cheap. Nobody's giving you MDMA for $50.
Begone, foul creature.
It's just not happening. It could be when, because it's in the 90s. I mean, does it say when the song is released? Whoever they are, they're on tour. And they look like a child. This has to be a very young artist. I've never heard of them before. Like, are drugs just cheaper outside of Australia? Like, that's... Get some heavy aqua vibes. I mean, it's kind of catchy though. Like, it's kind of catchy. I see the aqua bit though.
monstrous.
I cannot imagine a world where I would ever be on MDMA again. Like,
Nature takes what's owed.
the idea makes me like, the idea of me on MDMA makes my joints hurt. I'm far too old. Easy div, rewarded.
Darkness awaits.
Again, don't act like
Well,
you're
not well
surprised.
enough.
I was young once. Versus is immune? No, but I want to. Really?
Rouse and scare ye.
Okay, sure, but like also a bit of everything.
My king nears.
Oh. Is that really worth money? No, it's worth nearly a whole exalt, a divine rather. So fair enough. Fair enough.
Begone, foul creature.
Very hard to start this building solo stuff on a fresh start? Not at all. Quite easy. Start as a plant druid. Here's the quick TLDR. Come straight out this way. Grab these. Head straight up here. Grab that. Start as a plant druid. When you get up here, as soon as you do first ascendancy, you can pick up this node. You can put plants on your totems and just water them, and you'll get twice, like far more plants out and do even more damage. And then just keep checking the lead mechanic until you see Grim Pillars, and then you get to swap. And you will see it while leveling. It's not that uncommon.
Rouse and scare ye.
Once you get Grim Pillars, you just sort of start specking this way to reconnect here, and then disconnect all of that. You won't be mom, so disconnect all the way up to there, and then come down here and grab this totem wheel first up as soon as you've reconnected, and then second ascendancy will get you this totem wheel, which is really, really good. That's all you need to know.
Balance restored.
just in case I get around to trying to build. Yep. So there is, I mean, sure. And there we go. Aggression in regards to the temple. I really need to watch that, eh?
Another step into the past.
Nope. Gross. Gross. Got a better one somewhere? Gross. Sooner rather than later? Yeah. Oh! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck you. Perfect transmutes are pretty good. One perfect chaos? I'm sure one perfect chaos is worth more. One perfect exalt is probably worth more. Is there anything else here? Probably. Chaos is more? Really? Huh. Um. Those are burning through chaos with crafting. Fair. Alright, after this one we'll start the thing. Gotta watch it. Oh, okay. Well, it's moved on, but the chest is still there, and I can't reopen it. It did drop its loot, but apparently not. Perfect chaos. Easy. Doesn't notice the same thing. Yep, you just can't reopen it. Oh well. How many sockets a skill has on trade? Can't you see that? You can see that. You can see that. That was part of the... Oh, right. Right. Right, the ones attached to items. We can just jeweler them into bigger ones though. Okay. Another one. But a corrupted item, it can't be fixed. True. Oh, I've been expeditioning for 2 days. I haven't seen my skill point. At this point, I'd not take the skill point. I wouldn't either. I would take the money, but I haven't seen it. So like, if I saw it. I'm a good drunken dance till I move hands. I'm kidding. You get a scar, you get a scar, you get a scar. Drunk in the back of a rental car. Right, okay. Pause music. And then YouTube's. There it is. Fucking 2 hours long. Let's go. Alright, sure. Elder Saga bugged. Sag. Mine didn't bug, but it only gave me 3 total grand expeditions. And I made a grand total of about 10 div back of the 25 div price tag. So that didn't go well for me. Please tell me the whole thing doesn't stay this small. Please tell me that these become full screen. We're not using 2/3 of the screen. Okay. Anyway. Video property. Grab. The interior temple ruined my Christmas. You know what? It fucking ruined mine too. I quit the game because of that thing. Legitimately though. What's up? Okay, do that. Grab this thing. Shrink that up. I mean, I might as well shrink it up to there and then make it a little bigger so that people can see. Not me, I'm not watching it, but I'm listening to it, or I'm about to be. Let's go volume max, and let's go here. Let's see how that volume is.
Joined here with Mark and Jonathan. Thank you so much for taking time out. I know it's like crazy
loud?
busy for you guys, so we have an hour, and this is a really exciting patch to be doing an interview. This is congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly gone really, really well. Like I think I was saying to Mark before, we managed to somehow dodge all the bullets as far as like problems that we were worried might occur. Obviously, there were like a bunch of like random progression blocking bugs and stuff like that. But overall, like, I mean, you know, like we can sort those out and everything. But the main thing is just like, you know, the players are much happier with the end game. And honestly, that was our major goal, right? Like we were like, let's get the end game better. And so we can sort of see immediately that like that has actually worked. And I'm really glad about that because, you know, yeah, as I said, that was our major goal. That's what we wanted to achieve. And so, you know, obviously tons more to do, but like that's a huge thing off as far as like improving PoE2 is concerned. So yeah, we couldn't be happier about that for sure.
Yeah, you know, it's a really good sign when day 3 has more players than the launch day. Like, I don't think I've seen like day 3 having more. That was like very impressive.
Actually, is crazy.
Really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, normally the only time when the numbers go up on the second day or after is when we had such horrible server problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So because that didn't happen, we're like, okay, this is actually a good sign. We've actually got just natural growth. So yeah, I was really happy about that. And the other thing as well that we've noticed is that we don't have like completely good numbers on this yet, but we can see that the number of players who previously didn't like go into endgame after campaign, that number's increased quite a lot. So that's the other thing that like I think is a good sign as well.
That
so
is
I mean,
a good
obviously,
number to
if we get a couple more weeks of data there, we'll be able to see like,
that's one of
you
the
know,
things
has that really
about.
worked as people keep it going. But yeah, like that's been something that that's been really good to see as well.
Cool. No, I mean it's really good. And EU servers, big thank you. Like EU servers have been a lot better.
Well, I mean, so like that last PoE1 launch was certainly rough in that way because we had like a few issues there, but I'm glad to hear that it's getting better. I know that there was like still a couple of provider issues that we've been dealing with. I mean, there's like a lot that goes on in the background that the players don't see of like, you know, we get packet loss here and that kind of thing, and like we're working on it constantly. But yeah, like the hope is that we should now be in a position where like all of the issues that we'd need to be worried about in regard to servers should be good for 1.0 launch, which, you know, I mean, I'm expecting like some big results from that. So, you know, like I really want to see like a lot more players. So yeah, that's another one of those things where we like had it on our big list of T1 issues and we wanted to try and resolve. So yeah, it's good to hear that that's also worked.
Awesome. One of the things I did want to ask about, like the endgame is so reworked now, and a big thing, like a big change. Like it felt like you were like kind of lost when starting the endgame before it like felt very optional.
Right.
And yeah, that you kind of mentioned it. So you're seeing like a lot more people that continue now in maps. Like people aren't just like ending.
Yeah, so I do need to get some even better numbers than this, but even just from like an initial cursory look with the numbers, it looked like it was at least plus 50% on what we were previously doing as far as like players who keep going after campaign.
Nice.
Now, like I think there's going to be like quite a lot more, because the really interesting thing is going to be the people who take, like not everyone obviously can devote like, you know, every single evening to playing the game on launch, right? So there's going to be a lot of those more casual players who are going to take a little bit longer to get through campaign. So it'll be really interesting to see what the numbers for those players look like.
Yeah.
Once they've kind of finished campaign and getting through, because you know, like we're only just like a little over a week in, so there's going to be a lot of players who haven't even finished campaign yet.
Even anecdotally though, like around the office, the amount of staff just playing now an in game where they probably weren't before is like actually kind of crazy.
Yep.
And just every day everyone's just talking about all their adventures they're doing in game and what strategies and what content they've been playing and all of that. Like just the talk in the office has been so, I guess, like just reinvigorating for like and refreshing for the in-game vibe, even just for us as well. And it's like generally speaking, as much as it's obviously a very small sample size, if the staff are happy, and a lot of them are
It's
players,
so
right?
much
Like
better, though.
that's generally the case, and they're playing the end game, then it's often a very good reflection on the fact that probably it's succeeding out of the office as well. Not 100% of the time, but in this case, I think
That's
it's
good. My
yeah,
chat's been
it's
very
awesome.
happy as well. Like it's been very nice. The one thing I was curious about with the new end game, which I really liked myself, with I was like, do I do Delirium first? Do I do Ritual first? Is that something? Do you want it to be that open ended, or have you thought about telling, especially like new players, like do Ritual first, or do? Because I did see some newer players were very concerned. Am I missing out on something? Which experienced players don't necessarily have an issue with that. That's like a concern I had to answer a lot.
So I think what we'll probably do is, I mean, one thing to be clear about to start with is it's not the expectation that you do every single league every single time you play.
Yeah.
So one of the changes that I think is a little bit less obvious there that relates to that is that when you're using tablets now, it prevents content that like league content that isn't part of the tablets from spawning. And the reason why we do that is to explicitly make it so that if you're choosing like like 1 to 3 leagues to do with tablets, then we're explicitly saying like you don't have to worry about doing the other leagues because nothing that would happen with those is going to affect the play experience if you only want to engage with one. And this is kind of back to something that we had with PoE 1 a little bit more, just looking at how people play the end game there. It was pretty common for a lot of players to just like, oh, I'm going to play like this league and that league, and then I'm not going to bother with anything else for this particular season. So we wanted to just make sure that there was no players didn't feel like they have to do all of them. And so like what I expect a lot of just regular players to do is just play 1 or 2 of them, probably finish the primary.
I like that as an idea, but if I did that, I lose a third of my screen to quests, and I would like that to not happen. I know I can hide all quests, but I don't want to hide all quests, just the ones that I plan on doing.
Primary Atlas tree, but then just do whatever ones that you like. And then the other thing as well that we can do is that obviously we're going to be adding like more leagues over time, and what we'll probably do is make so the ones around, like obviously there's limited space around where the center of the ziggurat is. We'll probably have the newer ones, or just like ones that are kind of like haven't been played for a while, like around that center, and then the ones that are like less common, or they've been like they're getting a bit older, we can like push those out. So that's the kind of stuff we can do to sort of like rearrange things a little bit. Like I wouldn't want to drastically do it every league or anything, but like we effectively have the ability to rearrange that in order to make it so that there's ones that are more likely for new players to do because they just happen to be around the starting location. Because over time there's going to be quite a lot of these, and so there's just literally limited physical space there to put stuff.
So just to double check, like currently if I use 3 breach tablets, other mechanics aren't supposed to be spawning, right?
Correct.
Other tablet content.
Other tablet content. So secondary content like strong boxes and exiles and stuff, those do, but you're not supposed to get like a ritual or something like that if you put 3 breaches in there.
Pretty sure you still do at the moment.
Not in. I mean, I've been paying attention to it, and I'm definitely not with.
Think you do.
Okay, but something to understand is that if you're using like irradiated or something, then irradiated still gives you the full random set. So like it's like the things that give specific leagues. If you go all in on that league, then you shouldn't get other leagues. That's kind of the intended way. So the actual way that
maybe
it
is with irradiated. That makes sense.
Yeah, it could have been. So each tablet that doesn't give a league mechanic, each slot that is not giving you a league mechanic effectively gives you a percentage chance for a piece of random content, which leads to the situation where when you add all the ones that do, then you no longer get those anymore.
Okay.
And that's the kind of thing to just make sure of. It's one of these subtle things where like it doesn't seem that important, but like over time it actually does like contribute to the feeling of I'm expected to do all of these. So yeah, it's just one of those things we wanted to avoid right at the gate.
Okay. There are a lot of people in chat even saying like, I'm using 3 breach tablets and I'm still getting ritual.
Okay.
I definitely don't. So I wonder what.
I've been
running breach.
I'm almost certain that's because the people in chat at least not quite paying attention. There's also mechanics on the Atlas sometimes. Like sometimes there are things that are just like overgrown ritual, or not ritual, overgrown abyss and things like that, and those will show up anyway, even if you're not using them, right? If you're in an area that like has abysses and you don't put an abyss tablet in, the abyss is going to come through anyway.
Yeah, I run irradiated a lot myself, so
Well, Mark a couple of days ago messaged me with like, I reckon that I've found the like best strategy for finding items in the game right now. So you know, like that's so he's paying attention, I guess.
But because I specifically was thinking about it, as I've been really enjoying the fact that if you all in on breach, you don't get the other stuff. Like you don't just randomly have a random thing that's interrupting. So I'm surprised maybe there is some case
we
where
should probably just have a check because you never know.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to check that, but it is meant to be the case if you use 3 league tablets of one league, you don't get any other of the leagues.
Right.
You'll still get your wisps, your summoning circles, all of that stuff. Yeah.
I have to say anecdotally though that for some reason ritual just does seem to be more common than other leagues, and I don't know why that is, but yet somehow it seems to be to me. Like there's no mathematical reason as far as I know that should be the case, but it's just something that I've noticed. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah. I really like the ritual rework as well. It's been really nice. It's like
great.
running that a lot. Got a headhunter from it. Very, very pleased. Also, when are we getting the Mark currency guide?
On how to ground, what your farming strategy is? You're gonna publish a build guide here?
No. I'm the support character right now that's joining someone else's maps, and they'll be very angry if they all of a sudden costed his investment to triple in cost.
Nice. I love that you're playing. That's awesome. A lot of things got really big glow ups this league. Just super cool. Are there more mechanics that you want to expand on? And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about like how do you decide like what should be a minor mechanic, what should be a major mechanic?
You know, that's actually been a kind of interesting one because what I'm wondering is because I was actually having a conversation with Mark of like when are we gonna how are we gonna add more secondary mechanics specifically, because they're not necessarily like it's very unlikely that a full league that we would make today would turn into a secondary mechanic.
Yeah.
Like so what that kind of means is that we probably have to decide specifically to add them. But one thing I was wondering about, and I don't know whether we'd do this or not, is like I would consider potentially having it so that the remnant encounters that aren't part of expeditions, we could potentially have those be a secondary mechanic, maybe. Like that's the sort of option that we would have. We say like, okay, we're gonna like split this off, and like this is one of the core things that could happen. I'm not sure whether we want to do that or not, because like maybe the reward systems are like not quite right then, because like we kind of want that to be associated with all of the with the expedition league. But what we could consider doing, as I said, is just taking like specific parts of like content that we publish in the future and saying this is a secondary mechanic that's core. But in terms of like extra stuff that we want to improve, Strongbox is the one that is definitely not in the right place. That's something that could definitely use that could use an upgrade. I mean, I think, like, how many mods are there that are like the mods that actually hurt you? I think it might be like 4 or something. It's like a ridiculously tiny number.
I think you can include freeze because
that one doesn't look really nice.
Its duration is shorter before the first monster spawns.
Yeah.
There's not many. There's not enough for sure.
So Strongbox is definitely weak. Like I would say that one needs to improve for sure. And then there's stuff that's like technically not in the end game as such that we like really want to improve, which we've talked about before, which is the what do you call it?
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum.
Trial of Chaos and Trial of Sycamus.
I never remember the names.
They're both suboptimal.
Yeah.
Especially for I mean, look, they have their exclusive drops to some degree. But I can't say it's something I'd ever be excited about farming Trial of Chaos for a sustained amount of time.
No.
Wouldn't say it's the most...
Well, Sanctum's probably a bit more tricky in that way. And I think the issue with Sanctum in particular is there's just too many rooms that require you to do things that aren't just basically killing stuff and getting through. Now, the thing that people commonly talk about in Sanctum, of course, is the honor system. And like that's a thing that would obviously be something that we'd have to really think. Because the thing is, I don't know that I want to get rid of that because it is kind of what makes Sanctum special. And but I know that I definitely appreciate the fact that a lot of people have problems with it. Like
yeah.
So like when people are talking about Sanctum, they're mostly talking about that. But honestly, the thing that bothers me,
having ran a little bit of Sanctum fully juiced tablet wise, the honor becomes completely irrelevant. I don't even think they need to remove it. They just need to sort of tweak it. Like if you gave us, by current numbers, let's just say 30% or so honor resistance for like the first ones, like when we're ascending, far less people would have issues, right? Like, but by the time you get 50 or 60 honor resist, things pretty easy, but I need to do it right at the beginning, and I have none.
Playing it is I think I just want more rooms that are simple, like just ones where it's just like, you know, kill some monsters, get to the other side. Like I feel like if a lower percentage of them were like more, you know, like do the specific other stuff, I would actually appreciate Sanctum more, I think. So that's like an obvious change we could make, but there's definitely more that just needs to go on with it.
But then like Trial of Chaos has just, okay, you can't leave, like that needs to be solved. You should be able to leave and come back, like between rooms.
Right.
You if you're playing with a friend, 2 of you can barely fit on those elevators that go up. It's like real annoying.
Yeah. That's true.
There's all kinds of just bad, but also because now we've done this whole in-game pass, they don't really scale into the in-game in the same way that all the other content does as well. Right. So, yeah, they need some attention for sure. We've got plans.
Good, I approve.
It's just a matter of timing when to execute, but at least some of that, like, I would love to be able to fix the whole you can't leave and come back to Trial of Chaos at the very least sooner before we, you know, because it's very easy to bundle all of this in some grand epic rework that's going to take forever. But there's like honestly 5 to 10 wins that are just going to make a massive difference.
And there were some reward things with Trial of Chaos as well that I believe we'd discussed.
Well, that is one thing I want to talk about.
I mean, so the rewards from those, like the item rewards, are kind of. I think we talked about what they needed to be in the past. I can't remember what we decided on now.
We've gone through a few iterations, but yes.
Right. They need some stuff. I don't
want to spoil that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just saying, these problems we definitely recognize. Like, and those two, like, originally those trials were sort of supposed to be considered in-game mechanics in themselves, as like something that you would do over and over. But right now, I would say they have not reached the level of actually being that.
Any other glow-ups? I mean, there's small things. Okay, like wisps. Now that the wisps have a lot of possess and then escape, their target selection is now. You can tell it's pretty bad where it goes all the way to one corner of the map, then all the way back to the corner you came from, but just next to it. That stuff needs improving 100% now.
I actually thought, by the way, that the wisps were supposed to just go to the closest rare. Like, is that not how it works?
It should be.
It's supposed to be, I thought. Right, okay, so
I think it's like a weighting system or something like that, probably. But I need to look into it again. But either way, it's pretty easy to change. It's just that before they didn't escape as often, and now it happens quite often, and so you're like, where the heck is this thing taking me back through this whole thing I've cleared? What else is there? You know, there's some timing things that need improving on some of these things, like the summoning circles can do a little bit of optimization for that.
But I mean, in terms of like major systems, I feel like we've gone over the ones that that we see as like, should to a larger extent.
I wouldn't say it's fundamental with shrines, but like for the shrines passing to boss and you give it replenishing shrine and then it's like you need 1 billion DPS to kill the boss is probably suboptimal. Especially when it's like 200% delirious levels going on. And then also, and I don't know what's going on with this, but how come someone did so, I'll find out afterwards. I don't know why I'm asking. You kill the rare boss and it drops like 50 rares with 2 mods and I don't understand why. And they're all rares and all only have 2 modifiers. And it's something to do with the shrine being on the monster. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I did not know that was a thing.
I just have like 1,000 rare items with 2 mods on the ground and I'm like, what are all these doing?
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. Anyway, there's some like that's probably more like in the bug territory, but like I can see how a player wouldn't understand if that's a bug or intentional, and so there's a lot of things to improve here and there. It's hard to say if that's a league glow up, but it certainly will make them feel a lot better, especially when you're playing them for many hours worth of content as opposed to just once or twice.
And then the other one I would say that actually hasn't quite hit the mark that we just did is the logbooks, right? Like, I mean, the logbooks just have I mean, look, you were the one talking about this to me, but effectively, like at the top end, they can be pretty good, but like the average experience of a logbook is just not good enough right now.
Right.
Like that's something that we can improve, and that's something we can improve pretty quickly, I think, in the very near future. Because like since that's the current league, we really want to make sure that's right. So like, I imagine that's going to get some attention very quickly.
The minimum there is definitely not good enough. It's in fact very sad.
Expedition's the thing I've done the least. There's just so much stuff to do this patch. So I lived 30 hours at the start in Trial of the Sakuma, just doing Sakuma characters, and I actually really like that mechanic. And then after that, I went straight for Ritual and Delirium and stuff. So I haven't actually done a lot of Expedition yet. Yeah.
I have a feeling that expedition logbook stuff will probably, if we weren't looking into it already, I suspect this would have come up pretty soon in the general community vibe, just because it is something like more people are going to start doing. Like because it's further away from the starting location than the others, I suspect that overall it's going to be like less popular, ironically, even though it's kind of the current league. But yeah, like it is something that needs improving for sure.
I think a part of it is.
It doesn't feel like the current league, though, to be honest, because like. Everything is the current league. It was an entire rework. It's just one of the things that is different, right? Like it's just one of the things to do. It doesn't suddenly feel like, oh, this is Expedition League. No, it's just on the list. it's just on the list. I do want my quest rune though.
Also, once you do the 4 quest ones, like actual logbook drops are so rare.
Right.
Like most people probably then are like, oh, okay, I've done the quest line, moving on to something else. And
right.
They are. I've seen not that many, and so you don't get exposed to it that often. Whereas if you, and I honestly think that in itself is a bit of a problem as well. And so if you were exposed to it more often, you'd probably be like, some of these logbooks are just the worst. It's just boring and bland, and it doesn't hold up to the level of, when you're doing all this other combat, you're fully invested in, you got your full trees for, and all of that, and then you go to this, you're just like, what is this? And
I did read.
Sometimes there's.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just saying, and then the ceiling is high, like for sure, the maximum is high. The Elder's Rune is worth a ton, and a bunch of these other things are worth a whole bunch of stuff. And there's things with like the Bond Rune, which is honestly in an unacceptable spot IMO, where it was just spawning like 120 rares for us during a single remnant encounter and all kinds of stuff like that. And yeah, you get this like insane spike moment, and it's like holy, and there's literal 10 stacks of divines on the ground, and you feel all excited about it. Sure, but the average minimum, not good enough. Especially things like the sub dungeons. You like open a sub dungeon and you're like, okay, there's like 6 packs of monsters down here, and then that's kind of it. And you're like, what was the point in that? Like that dynamite would have been better spent being placed on something else. And so but all of this is like pretty easy to improve. It's kind of one of my goals of this week personally. I'm just going to go and see what numbers we can just mess with, and hopefully, I don't know if it'll get deployed this week, but at least some of it hopefully will.
The only thing that I know about Expedition that I read a comment about was, again, I haven't interacted with it myself, but it was something like when you put down a logbook, you can influence what it is, and it was like an Elder's logbook or something. Somebody put one of those down and didn't get a single expedition. That's the only thing that I saw.
Thank you.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah. So,
I guess
I just wanted to mention that.
Nothing that would prevent that, right?
There is nothing that would prevent that.
It's just incredibly unlikely. So we probably just need to add some kind of minimum guarantee. To a block to prevent that from happening.
That does need to happen.
Okay, sure.
Hopefully, someone listening on our side can write that one down real quick.
Yeah, that's the only thing I saw with Expedition. I love Ritual right now.
Right.
Do you like your infinite shopping window? Is that the strat? I use that as an expensive strat.
It is. So it was like 80 divines or something on a hardcore trade, and then 6 tablets in, I got 1 headhunter, so it did pay for itself, and then some. So, nice. Very much, like.
By the way, it's just you infinitely shopping for mage bloods and headhunters. That's just what you're trying to do.
Not infinite. Right? It's 30 rerolls. Not infinite.
We have if it's more than 8, it's infinite kind of.
Okay, right. So 8's the limit. Cool. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. One of the things that I've been asked about the most, especially by other streamers, to bring up was sprint. A lot of people are a little bit unhappy with like how quickly we get knocked. And I've been especially asking like something like that we can maybe improve like the stun threshold for sprint, that like a single arrow maybe doesn't knock you.
We're having to think about this one. It's tricky because, like, the intention obviously of sprint is that you're not using it in combat per se. I mean, you can use it to sort of run away from combat, but the intention is that, like, once you're entering combat, you're not sprinting.
Yeah.
And so I guess the argument here is like, well, yeah, why should a single arrow knock you down? Like, it might as well be more than one hit. But I worry that it would be so easy for it to get to the point where you can just kind of sprint through stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
I definitely understand where people are coming from with this, because I do get that, like, it can sometimes feel just like bullshit when it's like, okay, I was running away, I wasn't even really in combat, but like some random stray arrow just happened to hit me. Like, that certainly sucks. But I mean, yeah, like,
No, what the worst one is what I think it was JS had, where like he broke a barrel and it exploded and did like 8 damage and stunned him while sprinting. Like, you can't have that. Like, that doesn't feel, a barrel can't, that's not okay. A barrel can't be heavy stunning me, all right?
I guess the worry is that it would be so easy to just tweak this in such a way that it then results in you just kind of using it all the time in combat, and that's what we want to try and avoid.
I actually quite enjoy it. Like, I quite enjoy assessing the situations, and then, you know, you escape out of the sprint into a roll and then kind of start again, and you're kind of doing this as you're playing through, and you start to identify certain monsters that are have you know, higher probability of knocking you down and whatnot. Definitely some minions add a spanner to this, and definitely party play. Like, holy, if you're following a party member through, just spamming Twister in front of you and whirling slash, and you're sprinting behind them, you're just on the floor like a bunch of the times. But like, sure.
What's causing that to happen in that case?
Because they're shooting him and it's going through and hitting me. So I'm catching stray projectiles at the back.
Oh.
You know, it happens in party play all the time, especially party play in the campaign as well, though. You often, if you're just the extra player, you're getting knocked down pretty regularly. But like,
I don't know what you're talking about. That's never caused a problem in the campaign in either game, and I've definitely never killed anyone in the campaign using mechanics like that. I would never.
We don't think it's wrong. We're just like, yeah, it is what it is. But I actually quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy the starting and stopping and assessing when I start and when I should be sprinting and when not. And there are times where I definitely push it and I get knocked down and I die and I'm like, yeah, I deserve that. I knew what I was doing. So I don't know. I guess, are you looking at it more from a hardcore approach as well?
No, so for me on hardcore, this is like the only thing that I like kind of promised. Nearly every streamer messaged me about this. I was like, I guess I'll bring it up, but I'm hardcore, so I don't really sprint. I use it for the intended purpose, which is when there's a big zone and a lot of backtracking. So I actually, this is not the thing I feel the most strongly about already.
There are still a few cases to me where sprint gets stuck on an edge, which I wouldn't expect to get stuck on, and I do bring those up when those happen. And that's something that I would want to improve, but I would say it's largely okay, but there are just certain places where it can be bad. And so I want to try and fix that. But what I don't want to do, because like a thing some people will say with response to that is, oh, just make it so you can just turn as fast as you want. But it's like, I do feel like that takes away from like the game of it, of like, you know, making that as a movement feel different than other movement. And
no,
so,
I like that it
I
drifts
think it's just
instead
more
of
about
turns.
like fixing just like little edge cases to me more. And then as for the stray projectile thing, I feel like it's going to be hard to come up with a balance for that. That'd be good.
I personally think it's fine. Like, I agree with the getting stuck on things sometimes. But I personally like quite enjoy using it, deciding when to use it, when not. When I asked about the hardcore thing, I was just envisioning myself, okay, what would I do if I was playing on hardcore with that? And
not sprint.
Yes, I would probably not sprint very often.
Yeah.
I would probably not be doing that. So I could see, but
Hold F4, I guess, is what you'd be doing as soon as you've got knocked down.
Yeah.
Did we do the stun thing? Do you log back in with?
You log back in stunned, but you could sacrifice the map, which is pretty punishing. I just don't sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can see why some people would assume that assumption would see that as too punishing. But yeah, I don't know. As you said, it can be very easy to make some changes there, and then it's just that's it. You're just sprinting forever now, and there's no cost to it. There's no risk to it. It's just, you know, and it would be the real fine line to cross where all of a sudden now it's, you know, especially if it actually respected your stun threshold, like it would be very easy to just be like, oh, you take this, and now you're just like
maybe a keystone that just like makes it that the first hit doesn't knock you, but the second one would, so that that one stray arrow won't knock you, but everything else would.
I wonder if that would just remove like 95% of all knockdowns.
It
how
would.
many knockdowns aren't that is a good question.
That's fair.
I'd have to look into it, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
No,
that's
it's
kind of our feelings on it overall.
like I said. And the other thing was, so you guys did give us a dodge only hotkey, but a lot of people want a sprint only
Yes,
hotkey.
me too.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that would be because the roll being part of it is part of the cost. So if you could just start sprinting without rolling first, it would mean that the cost that you're supposed to be paying to start sprinting wouldn't be there, and that would kind of compromise the what the system's supposed to do. So yeah, I think that probably can't really happen. The dodge only thing was because there were people who were saying that effectively they were intending to just dodge roll and not sprint, but then they got knocked down because they held it slightly too long. That was like a certain thing. So there was just a few players saying that, and I figured we could add a hotkey for that just to resolve that issue if that was what you were experiencing. But yeah, the thing of not having to pay the cost, that I don't think we can change.
That's not a cost. I think your idea of a cost might be a little bit screwed.
One thing you guys added this league was Runic Ward. And I'm really curious to see, did that like pan out how you were hoping? Are you seeing people use it how you were envisioning when adding it?
No.
I mean, people are definitely using it with certain skills. Like, I mean, there are a couple that are like pretty spicy in terms of balance, like especially that block one, which then shipped with a bug that meant the cooldown didn't start at the so not repulsion, refutation. The cooldown didn't start at the right time. So I mean, like, you know, people are definitely using it. I mean, I think this is a system we want to expand on more though. Like, the way that I see Calguran skills is it's supposed to be I wouldn't necessarily imagine that it's like you're building an entirely Calguran build, although that would ideally be something that people can do if they really want. But it's more just that like there's skills that can find a place across many different builds to kind of like effectively serve a little bit to add to the, I guess, the thing that you had in PoE 1 more, where a lot more skills were not weapon specific. So you would have a thing.
That would be very cool, but there are very few builds or archetypes at all that aren't either scaling, evasion, armor, or energy shield, or a combination, and you're taking that away. That's rough.
Where like there was sort of more just like cross-contamination of different skills between builds, and Calguran skills are supposed to sort of serve that way where they can be kind of like used on many different builds and allow you to access to mechanics that you don't necessarily normally get on a particular weapon set. So that's kind of like how I imagine them being used, and yeah, we'll add more to that. The initial set, I think, is like is pretty cool. Like, I think that they're, you know, that there's some interesting stuff there. But I do think that we can add more things like that. But now that we've got this as a kind of concept, it means that we can just add whenever we want to add something more. We just easily can. So overall, I like what it does in terms of, you know, how it works. But at the same time, I don't want it to be completely mandatory. Like, I don't want it to be that like every single character must have Calguran skills, which is what you'd get if, like, you know, Ward you know, was completely trivial. Like, you do have to make the decision, like, am I playing a build that's going to include it or not?
I think
I mean, fair.
Probably, like, looking at it purely numerically at endgame, I think that I do like the. I know probably the thing that people mostly are going to want to ask is, why is there a defensive trade-off for it?
Yep.
Which I do like, but I do think it went a little bit. It's like a little bit too punitive on the loss of defenses to what you get.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. Yes.
Not obviously not in every case. But
well, it was also a very like abrupt.
Cases.
It was a very abrupt change. Like, I believe during the campaign, it's either non-existent or barely any, and then when you get like more in-game pieces, like a big energy shield piece, suddenly it's like 40% of the energy shield is gone, and there's no way to revert it. That was a little bit harsh.
One thing that happened there.
Real quick, we have had two in this chat, and I'm sure there's been a lot more who have quit because they didn't realize that was happening, and they were in the end game, and they were like, yo, I'm gonna put runic stuff on all my gear, and then they were like, cool, new runic stuff, and then they looked and they like bricked their whole build and got rid of all the defenses, and they were just like, how do I undo this? How do I undo this? You can't. And then they just quit because there was no undo button, and they just left. So I know that that's happened at least to two people from my chat, and I'm sure that there are plenty more.
Yeah, so it was a trade-off the entire time in development, and then at some point we were like, you know, it's not. We wanted the trade-off early game to be less than in game, but still there's a trade-off. And then over time, the more and more we played it, the more we were like, we don't like the trade-off in campaign.
Well, in campaign, it's like, yeah, you just want it to be. I mean, during the actual league itself, because bear in mind, there's going to be a difference after the league ends, right? And so once the league ends, it's going to be something you're going to encounter in in-game anyway. Like effectively, like that, you got to look at that as like being the final system in the end. Is like now, like it's always a trade-off. But as Mark was saying, we might have just made the trade-off slightly too much, and it's just a matter of like bringing that the amount that the defenses go down might just like be not quite as much.
It was quite hard to understand. Like it's obviously, you can understand what it means to have just runic. Like let's say you were just converting your defenses to runic ward on in-game items. You have some pool of runic ward. It's pretty easy to look at that and go, okay, I understand what I lost and what I gained. And yes, the runic ward probably is less useful, well, not probably, it is less useful than the defenses you traded it for sure. However, it was like, oh, well, the reason you're doing this as well should be because of all these skills and supports and that can boost your build. But it was very hard to understand exactly how to quantify that benefit. Because obviously there's all kinds of different arrays of builds and rune combos and everything. And so this is where I'm like, I think now looking at it, now that the players have had their hands on it, I'm just like, the gain of what you get, and I'm again not saying in all cases, obviously there are some niche cases and whatnot and where it is worth it, but the general gain in what you get from the trade-off isn't worth it. And I don't think it's far off, but it's not like, it definitely isn't right. So again, on my list, hopefully, again, I was looking at logbooks and general Runes of Elder stuff this week. So, and then a lot of the guy who did a lot of the numbers with that, he's in theory back today. So I can also bring it up with him and we can figure out, you know, what went right and what went wrong with some of that. But either way, definitely a discussion point. I could see a world in where all of a sudden we, I don't like saying this because people will take it as a certainty. We maybe, depending on our conversation, give some of the defenses back. It shouldn't affect, like it shouldn't, the existing items should get updated from that. So it shouldn't. But we'll see.
Regardless if you do or not, do you think you'd ever give the people the option to like revert the forge? Either they weren't maybe not aware of how punishing it was going to be?
Well, I guess the argument I would make there is that you can see before you do it exactly what the result's going to be. So like that's why, like that's the reason why this UI for this is specifically the way that it is, like, you know, where you can like get the result there. So like my inclination would not to be like it kind of like it.
That would be a really good reason if we didn't know for sure that an absolute buttload of people didn't notice. And you can say, well, pay more attention, but like, okay, but like it's already happened, so make it more obvious. I don't know.
It's kind of interesting because like I wonder why this mechanic in particular feels like you should be able to do that when it's one of the only ones that actually does literally tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny in that way.
Part of the problem is that it was a pure benefit all the way until it all of a sudden
until it suddenly wasn't. So I can definitely agree with that.
You didn't think to even need to look at the resultant item until then.
Correct.
You're like,
and then
hold on,
in an in-game only context, once it's like a league at the end, that won't be the thing anymore because like from the very beginning, once you're doing it, it'll be subtracting as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I guess will change that element. But yeah, like I mean, generally speaking, crafts just aren't undoable, right? Like it's, you know, like there's an item for that. So you know,
makes sense.
Yeah.
That does make sense. We were trained to not pay attention.
Thing I found
in the
like
campaign.
in the literal like the Rust King zone was the concussive grenades or concussive runes, and I put it with flash grenade, and that was like a fun thing to explore early because like first I only had like 10 runic ward, and I was like, I mean I don't have a support gem, so I guess it's okay. Then I got like 50 runic ward, and it just like started like helping me a lot with clear, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. So
nice.
Enjoyed that early. So I had a question that about permanent character choices during the campaign. Obviously in PoE 1 with the bandits we can respec them. Currently in PoE 2 there's not much respecking. Is that something you'd ever consider changing? Especially the shark fin and stuff like that?
Please, actually.
It is intended to add support for that, yes.
Fantastic.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, we've got it in a few places where we've got specific UIs and so on, but it's like not consistent throughout the game. So we just need to go through and effectively make sure that we can improve that, I would say. Yeah, like,
good. That's fine.
Generally speaking, we do want you to not have anything that is like Well, okay, other than well, no, I guess there's nothing that's actually truly permanent about a character at this point, right?
Oh, the character, the
Literally
class.
except for those. Except for those. I think it might just be that. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's obviously a hole.
I'm still listening.
You just never got around to it yet.
Oh, speaking of permanent character choices, would you add an ability to either respec or disable Atlas nodes? This is particularly for hardcore.
So this is one that's come up a lot, and it's something that we can't really do, and that's because if you could respec Atlas nodes, it would mean that you would effectively be incentivized to do the ones that affect stuff that you can see on the Atlas. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, biome-specific stuff, where it's like, okay, I'm entering a forest now, I'm going to respec from one thing to the other. And we just kind of don't really want that to be the case. Like, part of the design of the new Atlas tree, where you get all of it and you can't respec it, means that we can start having bonuses that affect things that you can see on the Atlas. So if we were to change that, it would mean we'd have to do something with that as well. But even then, the counter argument that we've heard is like, well, what if you could just disable nodes then? Like, if they're still spec, they're just disabled, right? But then the problem with that is that we feel that the level of complexity that would effectively introduce to how players feel about the Atlas would be quite high, and we're kind of a little bit like worried about that. Like, part of the thinking here with the Atlas as well is that we're kind of lowering the number of places where you need to make those choices to be quite a lot smaller, because it's only the multi-choice nodes or the masters. And so that meant that, like, the intention there was, like, can we get the feeling of, like, having in-game builds and having different strategies, but without having it to be that you have to, like, do these grand respecs that involve, like, all sorts of, like, different nodes and everything. And the worry is that even if we just get to the point of disabling nodes, there's going to be, like, this sort of feeling of, like, oh, someone's going to tell you, oh, yeah, you should turn these ones off and those ones off, and, like, you should do this. And, like, it just sort of adds, like, a complexity to the Atlas tree that we're, like, hoping to avoid if we can. And so we really want to try and achieve whatever we can do without doing that. Now, the part where I feel sympathy for people is that there are some nodes that currently are adding difficulty where that wasn't really the intention. Like, the intention was that anytime we're adding, it's supposed to be that it's adding content, like there's more content for you.
So that's a very interesting sentence, because I feel like this is the most complex Atlas. This feels like the most complex Atlas I've ever had in either game. Now, I know I can get every point, but it's doing the most. It is doing the very most that it seems insanely more complex. Now, that's not a bad thing. That's not a complaint. I actually fucking love it. But it is the opposite of what Jonathan's saying. like exactly the opposite of what Jonathan is saying is what I'm experiencing.
And so if you feel like something's adding difficulty, then we're kind of like, that isn't really what the Atlas is supposed to be doing unless it's a choice. Now, I'd say the nodes in particular that are the bad for this are the ones that are the mandatory ones to get you from the white map nodes to the yellow map nodes, if you know what I'm getting at. There's like the ones that are limited to like level 70 and above.
Yeah.
And there's like ones that add mods to rares there, and those ones definitely do increase difficulty. And I would say that that's probably something that we need to adjust or do something about, because like that's effectively mandatory difficulty. Now, the funny thing about that is that the reason why we thought that was okay is because previously we had things like that happened naturally just as you went up map tiers. And so the theory was, well, if you, like, previously it's like, you know, you'd go up into yellow maps and it would increase the number of map mods that a rare can get. This is effectively just being explicit about that. Like, rather than it being something you don't even know about, like a hidden mechanic, it's now effectively an explicit mechanic because you allocate it yourself, and everyone has to allocate that because they have to go through those nodes. And so that's kind of what we were thinking. But the perception of it is completely different than that. It's like, you're forcing me to add difficulty. And so it's then unclear, like, what exactly you should do there.
Like the scare. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, those nodes in particular are bad, though, as well, because there is nothing to indicate that adding more monster modifiers increases the rewards of the monster as well.
Yes.
Like, unless you know, you know. And if you don't know, and then you go and look at the keyword, it just says +1 modifier.
Well, the funny thing is when we looked, like, even the keyword doesn't technically tell you that.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually say, oh, by the way, you're getting more rewards, guys. It's like one of those things. That could be one of those things that's kind of...
Here's a wit. What if that said... What if the adding of the modifiers was hidden and it said X% increased rarity from rare monsters? And like, what if
It's
you
not really what
invert?
it is. It is the modifiers. You do need to know that.
Now
You do need to
everyone
know
wants
that.
to know.
Yeah, you do need to know that. But yeah, it is
Except
a
the
good
negative
point that,
rarity
like, effectively
farmers.
it's presented as just difficulty with no rewards. In reality, it's like difficulty and rewards.
Yeah.
So there is something that we need to do there. But look, basically what the overall answer to the respec of the Atlas tree thing is that ideally we'd be in a situation that we can get to where nobody feels like they need to do it. Right? Like if we can get to that point, then that means we're doing well. So we'd rather make changes to prevent the need for it rather than actually having to add the respec.
More multi-choice.
Which means more
Yeah.
multi-choice potentially, but not so much that it feels like back to the level of complexity.
That's
that we
fair.
wanna
The
have.
scariest one for me in hardcore is like all of the wisp empowerment is very scary. The exile essences, boss in ritual. Those are like, I haven't taken those now because I feel like that'll be very scary for new characters.
Right. Well, put it this way: if someone's recommending don't take this node, then that's a screw up that we need to improve.
Okay.
Right? Like it shouldn't be that anyone ever feels that way, and that's what multi-choice nodes are for. So like that's where we want to get to. So it's just a matter of us like going and improving the balance and like fixing things and like just making things multi-choice where necessary and that kind of stuff to make it so that you get to that point.
I've already got a handful on the radar, so we'll just keep doing it until it isn't a problem anymore.
Right.
Awesome. That's really good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Player defense, which actually I think has improved a lot this league. But I'm particularly curious. I think the main point is Arbiter that I would like to talk about there. There's two things. It's like Arbiter is a little bit odd when it comes to defense, where he's sort of, as a hardcore player, I feel I should just drop all my defenses for the most part and try as hard as I can to one-shot the boss, because it's very different than a lot of the other bosses where a lot of the moves are tankable. Like I'm running boss service on Arbiter right now, and I sort of just like respec into the more damage I can get. So I do like one hit on Arbiter basically, and he's gone. Because I've tried really hard to tank it, and even right now I have like the companion absorb damage thing, and I don't think I can tank a meteor still. And I think a lot of the meteors make sense not to tank, right? They're quite telegraphed, but he does have that one in stage 2, the move where he does like the fake out beam and he goes the in out. That also is like a one shot that is, you know, if you've practiced it a lot, I can do it now, but it is like, it just feels a little bit off to me that it doesn't feel like there's much I can do to survive one shot in the fight. Just curious how you guys feel about that. Or actually, I'm curious, how do you feel about the fact that I, as a hardcore player, feel incentivized to drop my defenses for more damage?
Well, I'm all for having boss skills, especially on pinnacle bosses in particular, that are skill checks ahead of, you know, they're like how you play is an important element. And I like that. I don't think that everything should just be...
So there's a couple of things. There's like quite a few things going on here to discuss. So like I guess we just need to handle each one individually, because one of them is like with the Arbiter in particular. Are there just some skills that aren't right now? Because it's possible that there just are. In some cases.
Okay. Like let's that combo for example. Here's a problem with it, and I don't know if we've addressed this now. We were looking into it the other day, like very recently. He has his. So it's like some series of attacks where while there's a dropping, what we call like the I guess the meteor is what you were calling it. And then it has a thing where you have to actually run out of the safe zone to dodge the beam, and then you have to quickly roll back and or jump back in before it blows up. There was a problem recently, for example, where if the boss was chilled or temp changed, there wasn't a time window. So his action speed is then reduced, and his beam is based on his action speed. However, the falling meteor is based on raw time, which would mean if he's chilled or temp changed, then your safety window is gone. You just
that
either
explains
have to die
it.
to the beam or die to the meteor, you pick your death. Now, surviving the beam is probably higher probability, so that's very bad.
So I think point number one is that there are just bugs and skills, but also, so one thing we did actually, by the way, is we had a look at the time that you died, and the thing that you died to, which wasn't that boss, of course. The you know and you were fighting this random crab, in.
Oh, my death this league.
From a remnant encounter. And like we looked into that particular crab, And that crab, when it dies, there's this like the normal version of that crab, which is like a fire one from Act 2. It's got this thing where if you kill it while it's charging up, it like fires these like little mortar things that like hit the ground around it. But like that particular thing was bugged in the version that was happening from the Remnant encounters. So it was just doing like 20 projectiles immediately. Like they were all just hit the ground like pretty much instantly.
If you're standing on that monster when it dies while it's using that skill,
you just die.
You die.
Yeah. And
instantly.
that monster is the highest kill count of any non-boss in the game right now.
Okay. No.
A third.
Okay.
Okay.
The point is that there are just so like the point I'm trying to make with that is like there's going to be bugs sometimes in both like boss skills that are new and like boss and like just monster abilities that we have. Or like hell, there was that thing with that frickin' spider where he was accidentally doing 100 projectiles over 100 milliseconds for a total of 200,000 damage. That like didn't that was not like that on Life for very long. Like we found that pretty quickly, but it's like a 200,000 damage hit was not really something that was intended.
Wow.
And like
not from that.
yeah. So like sometimes there's just bugs like that. So like that's thing number one, right? Like we just need to fix those. And the trouble is, of course, in hardcore that it's like you only like just a single bug like that can just ruin a huge amount of time, right? And that sucks. And so that's something that we do. And like no amount of defensive changes would have made you able to deal with the 200,000 damage coming your way.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just like something.
I did watch the clip and I was like, should I have done something different here? So that
no, you did get screwed there for sure.
Yeah.
And like, but the thing is that even some of the other things, like when we watched that clip, there was like a couple of other things about those specific monsters. So we like looked into the specific monsters. So the thing we specifically did is we're like, okay, what are the monsters that are killing people the most? Let's go through and see why their abilities are screwed. And they like you found like several things there, if I recall. That, yeah. And like that's just gonna happen because like you know, and in the case of some of these, they're literal typos. That you can see someone just typed a number in the wrong column and stuff like that. Sometimes you know they're just like what can you do? Like, and it's really hard because something like no one happened to ever notice that they were on top of one of those crabs when it died, and it did that before, you know, during QA. So
obviously we're quite far away from Arbiter of Ash. We'll circle back to that, but let's go through some of those monsters, for example. So the highest non-unique kill count, and it is I think third overall of all kills in the game, is one of the breach monsters. I don't know their actual name. We call it Breach Lunaris monster, but it has like a bunch of spikes and it overextends the spikes and hits the ground, and it does like a barrage of spike attacks.
Sure.
And each of those spikes hits the ground and releases like chaotic sparks. I think while you're in the breach, the chaotic sparks blend in with the ground, with the breach purple, to the point you pretty much can't see them. And so I was looking at it yesterday and I'm like, I reckon you just can't see those projectiles at all when you're doing an actual breach, let alone if there's just ruckus happening. And yeah, pretty much there's a bunch of just chaotic spells coming out doing chaos damage. I mean, chaos damage is a killer for sure, but I saw that and I was like, well, there's just zero visibility here. As far as players are concerned, you're probably just dying to just something. It creates that whole like, I just died. I don't know what happened. And yep, that monster's bad. It currently checked yesterday, it had 987,000 kills, that one monster. Kind of a lot. What was next? I mean, I don't think it was second. There's a few bosses that are bad, so
is the ultimatum bird high up?
Say again?
Is the ultimatum bird high up?
No, because not many people attempt it.
No, actually, and probably just because it's probably high relative to number of fights, but it's not like raw number of kills.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We did nerf the tracking on that guy's kick attack while you were.
It's not. I wouldn't say you nerfed it. You made it aim the wrong way. He just comes down and just starts kick. I'm like on this side of him, and he just starts kicking over there.
Okay, well, anyway that thing used to track way too hard and was like.
Well, now it doesn't.
Okay, now it's broken.
Now it doesn't
right, cool.
track. It just
Sweet.
kicks,
well,
kicks the opposite direction. Anyway, the other boss, I guess what you'd know as Varana, the Reaper boss. And there's a non-Varana version, the one that's from Stones of Searle that also spawns an endgame. 2 abilities on that. It has like a red flash where it red flashes and then deals damage like 300 milliseconds later, and it's like these 5, could be 6. No, it's like 5 lines on the ground in a kind of like semicircle. They shotgun. So if you're right next to the boss and you run, you can get hit by all 5. You will die 100%. It also just has no telegraphing time. So in that case, it's like, okay, we're going to make it not shotgun. We're going to add an extra second to the telegraph. And also, it doesn't need to be a red flash. It can just be blocked, etc. So we're doing that, and then you got like...
The thing that's unique to hardcore is that it only takes one mistake on our part to screw you.
Yeah.
And so it's like, unfortunately, we just have to keep just going through these and finding them, and you know, and that, like, that's just an inherent danger of hardcore. Unfortunately, is like, now the funny thing is that like, in a PoE 1 context, there's like less monsters getting added in a given league, so you're less likely to just randomly run into like some new monster that just didn't get tested right yet. You know, there's just less monsters getting added and so on, so it's like less of an issue. But in PoE 2, because we're frantically adding so much content, like, like constantly, it's like it's really easy for us to just miss things. You know, like the number of things like monsters and bosses and stuff that get added is like so insane that it's like you miss. Now, I suspect that that'll settle down a little bit, as like, not that we're going to be adding less content exactly, but like it'll probably just be a bit less frantic in terms of like adding stuff that's not getting as much testing as what it needs to get in that kind of context. And as I said, it's so easy to miss these. So that's like giant global point number 1 on like defenses in hardcore as a topic.
Well, yeah, but I also like, I mean, just to quickly fire through it, you got the Wolvenhold boss that appears in maps. He does like a slam, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. If you're in that, you die. You get hit like 8 times. If you're right next to him, you're fine. You get hit once. I don't know why. If you're like a little bit away, you'll just get hit many, many, many times. You'll die. He's like number 4 boss. As Marty, end of part 2 interlude, his dash. I thought it was just an effect. Well, we also looked into it yesterday. If you're close to him, it hits you twice, which is guaranteed death.
I don't even know that. Jesus. No wonder that thing's...
Piranha, back to that same boss. It has like a crazy cyclone attack with 0 telegraphing. It just all of a sudden it's doing it, and if you get caught in that stun push as it's pushing you, you will die. None of these are intended, by the way, is what I'm getting with this. So there's like heaps of this, and then there's just a bunch of other monsters as well that are they just delete you.
Are you aware of the expedition boss shotgun?
Which one?
That's the one he was talking about at the very start. If you're talking about the pinnacle boss with the that's the literal shotgun.
Yeah.
I already drastically reduced that, but did we patch note that? I feel like we patch noted that. Maybe it isn't. So I, by the way, turned the damage of that, divided the damage by 10, and then divided the projectiles by 2. So it's like 20 times less damage than what it was on release day.
Okay.
And people were getting one-shot by it then, just by existing. To be fair, it is 50 really small hits, so it's very, very armor mitigatable at least.
Yeah.
If you get hit by all 50, of course. You'd have to be in a very... I don't know if that's actually possible. You might just still get hit by a chunk, but yes, that was the one that was doing 200,000 damage, give or take.
Right.
Now, you could understand now if it's divided by 20 and you get hit by all of them, well, that's still 10,000 damage, but that was that was 200,000 damage, 0 defenses, by the way, just to be clear, so any evasion, any armor will obviously help. And if you have...
Shadow, over the 24
months. By all of them, and you have only 10k ES, I guess you still die.
Yeah.
Anyway, some of these need a little bit of look at, but like when I see that just insta-killing people on day 1, it's just like, holy crap, go change some numbers quick. I don't want like the reputation of the boss to just be it's one-shotting everyone, so that one's more urgent, but yes. Anyway, all these monsters and bosses that I was just talking about, we have like a pretty big list. Okay. There's a point in where, let's say I talked about that 980,000 kills, which was obviously a cool stat, but like there's, I would say the top 15 of all monsters in the game, you know, well, let's say that rank 16 on that list has about 300,000 kills. So it goes from 300,000 to 900,000 kills, or more like 1 million kills in that list. Yeah. Over 15 monsters, and
that's pretty
really
big.
Is just, unfortunately, 3 of them are in Runes of Elder encounters. So, and they're all crabs, I think. Why? These crabs are just happen to be
always crabs.
But the point is, it's like, and especially because you're doing that area to area, you will encounter it enough where you're just like, what's going on here? I'm just like getting killed, and it feels like there's nothing I can do about it all the time. So we're going to address a lot of those, and I have asked for the stats to be automated now, such that like every day after League, I'm effectively getting a center report of all the monsters that have killed all the players, just to help mitigate it. But obviously, the best thing to do would be to prevent the mistakes from happening at all. It can just be quite hard.
There's a lot of numbers that go into a monster, and only one of them being wrong can be the result. So.
Yep.
And then especially because of the fact that like it's incredibly build sensitive too. There's just a lot of things you'll just never run into unless you're playing the right build. Like, you know, if you're not standing on top of the crabs, then you don't die. So
my hope with all that, to tie into defenses, is to get rid of all the anomalies that effectively invalidate defenses because they wouldn't have worked because the balance is so out of whack that there's kind of nothing you could do. That's stuff that's just mistakes on our end, and I feel like getting rid of the majority of those will help a ton with making it actually feel like if you invest in defenses that are actually, you feel tanky.
Yeah.
However, circling back to Arbiter of Ash, which I know is your initial question, again, I am of the personal opinion that I believe that skill-based one-hits are fine. I like them.
They're well telegraphed.
I agree with that.
There needs to be a specific thing. But just to be clear about this as well, like it is the expectation that if you're playing hardcore, you probably can't just walk into a pinnacle that having never seen anything about it before and expect that you're going to be able to dodge everything flawlessly, because like there are things you will have to know about. So what I'm saying, I guess, there is that like
Get
it
good.
is the expectation. Like, so if you're playing Sofka, obviously like then the expectation is you don't have to research the boss. You can just walk in, you're going to die a few times, and then it's going to be okay, right? Obviously in hardcore you can't deal with that, right? So you're going to have to research the boss to be able to deal with it, because there are like, you know, long telegraphs of things that you need to be able to dodge properly. And so yes, you do need some of that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
yeah, I mean,
that is the boss I'm farming right now. It was more the question of the fact that I feel like I should be dropping all my defenses. Because
I mean that definitely doesn't seem good for sure. Like turning yourself into a glass cannon like that doesn't seem right. But the question is, what can we do about it?
Yeah, it's a tough one, because like Maven in PoE1 has a lot of one shots, right? She has like the brain blast and failing the memory game, which feel very telegraphed. And actually, that's one of my favorite bosses. I really like Maven. Whereas like the Arbiter, it feels like almost everything is a one shot. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it's pinnacle move that's one shotting me. It feels like almost everything one shots me, and a lot of it is quite telegraphed. But just because of that, I'm like full invested into damage when I'm doing Ash. So I'm literally one shotting him. I guess that's the main point I wanted to discuss.
Mean, if you can one shot, he can one shot, right? Fair trade.
That's fair. I was just
How are you looking at it?
No. I mean.
So,
okay. Removing the meteor and the like lane wave ability from him. Do you think his other skills are not in the right spot? Is that what you're saying?
So, living lightning is good.
Everything in one shot.
What you're saying there is that those are the two skills that are intended to one-shot people, right?
Yes.
So that's the one-shots we want. The rest we don't.
I think the corridors used to be a problem. I think we've done a really good job with those now, because they used to be able to sort of spawn where you couldn't get in range sometimes, and the fact that they were one-shotting then was a bit of a problem. I think the meteors that are going down, most of the time they can sometimes still be a little bit like bad spawn points on them. I personally, I'm a big fan of like some sort of debuff. So like if you've invested a lot, like say 90 fire rest and you have 5k life, maybe you should be able to tank one meteor, not two. Like it comes with a big debuff. Something like that.
I mean, possibly. I was more thinking outside of those two skills. Do you think he's balanced?
Yeah, it's mostly yes.
Okay, so if you weren't capable, I guess that's the risk of going full glass cannon anyway. There is, if you weren't capable to kill him before those things happen, then you would have to deal with his other abilities, which would obviously be rough. But okay. I mean, I don't want to say these things are perfect. I've obviously iterated on them, but however, I do really enjoy doing the fight, which is why I'm like, I don't know, like, I understand these things are always divisive, but it can be that it's different. Like, okay, now that it's you know, a mid boss in the quest line, for example, of the end game, I could see a need for some changes for that specific version. But if someone wants to build their character a specific way, to optimize killing a specific boss of which they are specifically target farming, I am 100% okay with that as well.
Okay.
That being said, I understand it's distasteful that it's just get as much damage as possible, sacrificing everything else at all costs. But technically, every fight is that to some degree. Like, you just insta-phase everything, and everything's completely fine. So, like, it is a tricky question, and I don't think in that case it's even necessarily specific to Arbiter of Ash. I think I agree on most others. Specking tanky is an option, but generally speaking, if you can insta-kill a boss, that is the safest defense of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's another topic on defenses that I want to mention, which is basically understanding what killed you, which is, you know, something that I think as well that we need to work on. So like a very common request we've had is like for a death recap.
Yeah.
And that is something that I traditionally have kind of been a bit, I don't really know if I want this. But I do actually now would say that I have passed the point of believing that this is something that we probably should have. And in particular, the thing that I want to be able to do is communicate, like, here is what your defenses actually did, right? Like,
hold on.
Is something that I traditionally have kind of been a bit, I don't really know if I want this. But I do actually now would say that I have passed the point of believing that this is something that we probably should have. And in particular, the thing that I want to be able to do is communicate, like, here is what your defenses actually did, right? Like, and thus you can see, like, what was the part of this, like, I think that's the part that, to me, that matters, that I want to actually communicate to someone, is like the reason that, like, to try and get across to you, the reason that you died is because you didn't have enough fire resist or something like that, or the reason that you died is because you were shocked. Like, these are things that I kind of want to try and get someone to, like, to understand. But the other part as well,
that is a huge shift of opinion. And I'm just going to make the conscious choice to be happy about that evolution and not say anything negative about it. Just, that's great. That is a great change of opinion. I very much approve.
I think, is the idea of, like, ideally there would be some way to understand, like, okay, the reason why this felt like a one-shot to you was actually because you started before that point where that hit you, you actually had, like, you know, 30% life or something like that, and you just didn't notice, which is like another thing that can be an issue. Yeah. So that's the sort of thing that I would hope that something like a death recap would be able to address. So that's something that I am sort of on board with doing, but it's like, it's going to take quite a lot of finesse and, like, UI and all that sort of stuff to actually get to the point of being able to communicate that really well. Because, like, those are the specific things I want people to understand when they're doing this, is like, yeah, what was actually the cause of this? Now, obviously in a hardcore context, that's less relevant. But the other thing that it could do is, like, actually surface when things are broken to us, but more specifically, because it might be possible for us to therefore see, like, oh, this thing that killed you did, like, a clearly unreasonable amount of damage. Like, now it's something that people can actually report, as opposed to, like, having absolutely no idea. So that's something that could also potentially help with in the other situation as well.
To be clear, this is more than theoretical. We do have a not good enough version of it on our local realm already, but it is very much not good enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
You
should have said that.
Saying that because it means people are expecting it like next week, which it certainly won't be. But look,
you shouldn't have said that. I want the not good enough version. Give me fucking anything. Give me anything. I want the non-good. I want the not. You should have said that. I want the not good enough version. Legitimately, I would be happy if I had a recap of the last 5 seconds of the fight, and just, you took this much fire damage, this much physical damage, this much cold damage, and this much lightning damage, and this much chaos damage, and that's all I had. If that was it, that's enough. I'm good.
Put it this way, I appreciate the need for something like this as a form of, like, being people be able to understand, like, especially, like, what were my defenses even doing in this situation. You know, like was it even helping me at all? So yeah, that is something that is on the cards for us to, like, to try and think about.
Very good. I know we're almost out of time here, but there's a few points in the game right now, and I would say, especially when...
Hold on. Hold on. In the beginning, they said, we've got an hour. And right now, an hour in, he says, we're almost out of time. We're an hour and 1 minute into a 2-hour video.
How do I phrase this? When going from like the interlude or like early maps, I end up on hardcore having like, let's say 1.7k life and thereabouts. And I try to have like a lot of defense investment where I can on hardcore. But I feel like there's some awkward points in the game right now where I just like can't, like I don't have enough agency over my defense and I sort of can't invest in it enough. And I end up, even at tier 15 maps, if I have 1.7k life in tier 1 maps, I might have 2.5k in tier 15 maps. I just feel like I'm not really able to put enough investment into it.
You just try energy shield.
Previously in PoE1, there's the life on the tree, there's resist on the tree. Right. We don't have anything to like patch it up, so to speak. We don't have that like intermittent defense, which usually for the end game, very often I obviously go energy shield. Energy shield's still very strong. But there's like that awkward stage where I don't have enough control over my defense.
And you reckon that that's kind of like mid maps? That's the kind of like
I'd say like
what you're saying just then?
Early maps, I think energy shield defense is in a really good spot. I have a lot of like, whether I want to go evasion ES, block ES, or just stack really, really high ES. Like energy shield is obviously very strong. But for life, there are builds, by the way, that are really good as life stackers and stuff. But I just feel like there's quite a few builds that I've just been unsure what to do. Even on my minion summoner, until I found refutation, I was in a little bit of an awkward stage, and I was like, what do I do now?
I actually think that it kicks in earlier as well, by the way. I think that the late campaign suffers from this problem as
You're
well,
probably right.
where the average value of your item obviously goes up to the point you get more rares, you get more mods, you end up with like a decent amount of resistances, and now you get that thing where I have to trade off my resistances. Like I've seen 70 rare body armors or something by some point. That number is not accurate. And I found the best one, and now every single one has to compete with the best sample size of all of those. And so I do think even late campaign, you can craft to solve your defenses, but then you're costing life and resistances, and you get this thing where you can't. It's really becomes really, really difficult to make the.
Wait. Guys, real quick. That's because energy shield is not a defense. Just throwing it out there.
Trade-off. And I think that, I mean, even you said as well that the value of rare items in the latter half of the campaign starts to diminish, and there's some problem here where really early it feels really impactful, and then it kind of just slowly goes kind of downhill as to trying to solve these problems. So I agree with them.
On some level, it's hard to address the specific thing you're talking about there, though, because like you're just seeing a lot of rares, and at some point, like you have to filter through more of them to be able to get something that's
it's
an
where
upgrade.
things like essences are meant to come into play, right? It's where some of these crafting mechanisms are meant to help.
But also runes and things like that.
Runes are like, you know, I don't know if you noticed, we did kind of buff some of the like defensive runes in 050 because they were not really. I mean, the intent was to help with this. Maybe it didn't go quite far enough. Maybe we need more avenues. Again, as I said, some of the essences, I mean, overall, essences can be quite useful, but I would say some of them don't hit the mark, especially as their usefulness when they should.
It's really, really simple, actually, and I don't know how to solve the problem. To be clear, I have no fucking clue how you solve the problem, because we've got this whole energy shield blue int, armor red strength, dex evasion green thing going on, and I don't know how you decouple energy shield from that trifecta. I don't know what the solution is, but the reason it's so much easier to balance energy shield compared to defense is real simple. You're trying to treat energy shield as a defense, and therefore you're scaling it with defenses. However, it's a life pool. So what I get is a life pool and defense scaling together. But then when I play a life build, I have to give up one of my defense rolls for life. and therefore I can't scale it properly. So like, I don't know what the solution is. I feel like it's a core part of the game that just isn't solvable, and that they'll have to come up with something else, because there's just no way. But like, energy shield is not a defense. Life and energy shield share the same spot. They both share prefixes, and they share the total amount of damage after mitigation that I'm allowed to take before I die. They fill that slot, right? Whereas defense is my armor and evasion and block and deflection and armor as extra energy shields and all of those sort of things. I would not like armor affecting elementals and stuff. I would call like all of those things collectively my defenses. Whereas energy shield or life is a different choice to make. That's my health pool is either life or energy shield, or in my case, mana. That's a whole different thing, right? But like, I don't know what the solution is. I only know what the problem is. I'm real glad I don't have to come up with the solution, because I don't know if there fucking is one.
There's some tools missing for sure, especially how rare they are. Like, if I'm talking late campaign, you're not necessarily, you can't just be like, okay, I'm gonna go get this essence. Like, that's not a thing you can say. So there are some issues here, 100%. But yeah, it is quite tricky to solve, for sure.
I mean, a lot of people in response to this will say to us, and this is a really common thing, of you should just put life back on the tree. And the reason why we don't want to do that is just because we're really critically afraid of getting to a situation that we had in PoE 1, where if you don't know to allocate life on the tree, you are just screwed. Like, there is no possibility that you can survive. And like that's always been our concern. We just don't want to get back to this.
Here's a thought. What if armor and evasion specifically, and only armor and evasion, only when it doesn't involve energy shield? So not energy shield and evasion hybrids, or not armor and energy shield hybrids. Just if it's energy shield, or is just if it's evasion, or just if it's armor, or just if it's armor and evasion. What if all of those rolls came with like a medium amount of flat life that went with it? So like your tier 1 hybrid flat life, hybrid flat energy, evasion armor might come with 2% increased life. That hybrid mod, and then the flat armor and evasion rolls would come with a percentage, the opposite. Right? Like, but you have to rule out energy shield when you do that. You have to rule out energy shield when you do that. Do you though? Or do you just like halve the values? Like, have a value in mind, say it's 2% on a tier 1 roll, and if it becomes a evasion energy shield roll, then it's a 1% instead of a 2%. Right? Like something like that should... I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's right. It's just a thought. I read my comment and sub that W. Maybe the part of the is the gear of the prefixes. Yes, sort of. Almost exactly the same as that. But I think the actual defense rolls, not like a separate, not part of the gear, not part of the implicit, the actual defense rolls. The actual armor, the actual evasion And if it were me, I would scale it of the inverse. So the flat evasion roll would come with a percentage life, a pretty low one, like 1 or 2% or something. But then the percentage evasion percentage evasion would come with like a little bit of extra flat. And I wouldn't touch the actual life roll either. So you would have life and then your double evasion, which would have more flat and a little bit of percent on it. You could even, if you wanted to, you could make it so the percent life that you get off the defense rolls on gear becomes local the way that it is local on energy shield rolls. That's how you do that. That's how you do that. I don't know how to display it, but what if it wasn't percent life global? What if your defense rolls, like flat evasion, came with a percentage life on that item? Would you then need to have a life mod to gain use of it? Yes. Yes. But you could have much higher values. So you would have the interesting decisions to make rather than just be like, whatever, I'll just get life double evasion on everything. Well, no, because there are 3 evasions, right? Like, so there'll be times when you're like, oh, I could get so much defense out of this by having like a triple defense mod. And then the armor or evasion numbers are very, very high. Tons of defense out of this item. Or I could have a life roll and buff that up. I don't know about the specifics. It's just an idea.
A situation again of like, you just have to know to do that. And I do think that in that regard, like PoE2 does like have the situation where you can be you can take the tree a little bit more face value. Like you don't have to specifically know exactly what to do, and still be successful. Now, obviously there is like, like you need stuff where, you've got builds that are good and people do, like have their build files and to tell each other how to do things. And that's obviously still important. There's still a lot going on there. Like I wouldn't say that we've gone to the point where that's not required. We're far from that.
Yeah.
But I do think that just like the ability to just like get through the campaign without like by taking the tree at face value is something important. And the worry is that if life is on the tree, we have to balance for life being on the tree. Now you must allocate life on the tree. And now like you've just got this noob trap that you can fall into. So the hope is that we can solve it without having to resort to that.
Well, I do have a counter question there. Like, obviously, Energy Shield is on the tree, which is what makes a lot of us pivot into Energy Shield.
Because it's a defense. It's not.
Even if it's not meant that you're take life on the tree, you are meant to take defense on the tree, right? Like, you're always supposed to make a balanced character.
I guess the assumption there is that taking defenses in general is more obvious to a player than what taking the right ratio of life and other defensive stuff was, I suppose. Like, so yeah, I mean, I guess that's the theory of this.
Right.
It's honestly, it's slightly hard for me to explain the difference because it is quite similar. I agree. And ES being most comparable to life, it's like seems like, well, yeah, you just take ES nodes, right? I mean, it's sort of similar, but somehow like there is some kind of difference there. I feel like we've talked about this one before.
I mean, it comes up a bunch, but like I still believe that the fundamental problem that's causing this is on the itemization level.
Right.
And so I want to fix that first before adding in alternate ways to potentially mitigate. I mean, yes, having a bunch of life on the tree will have to change the balance of the game. It will, and it won't. That will then punish people one way or the other. I really think it has to be solved in the items, and I think part of okay. So let's say you invest in a bunch of your defenses on the. Let's say you just play evasion.
And mine haven't been great today.
And you get a, decent body armor at level 30. That body armor is probably not good at level 50, and you want to increase your base. You're like, okay, I can now probably, as I was saying before, you have to pick: do I want evasion or do I want resistances? Because getting both is very, very hard. And obviously losing like say 30% resistance X is like pretty brutal, and it, you know, to trade that for some amount of evasion. Now that evasion is probably more worthwhile, but it's also just quite hard to quantify that in the moment and understand which is better. And so, yeah, there's like, whereas early game, the base type, very, very early game, you don't need defensive affixes on your items. The base type can have quite a lot of impact.
Easy.
And as the base type's importance falls away and the modifiers increase in importance, it just becomes very, very hard to get an item that covers all of those defensive bases. And I think that if that, like, when I look at that, I'm like, there aren't enough tools to solve this problem. And I honestly think like Act 3 onwards is where this starts to really kick into gear, become a problem more and more and more and more. And then from there, ultimately, I would say, unless you're getting kind of lucky, you know, mostly downhill with respect to trying to identify how to solve survivability problems. But I do think it is solvable. It's a bit tricky because it's like, which of these axes do you target? But like, it isn't impossible by any means. Like it require a conversation or two, but I do believe we can do it. But yeah, I mean, that's the way I see it, and I don't want to resort to the band-aid, or what I would perceive as a band-aid, without first addressing what I believe is the problem. And maybe in that discussion, we're like, you know what, it is fine, let's make the band-aid a proper fix or something like that. Not to say Life on the Tree is the band-aid, by the way, just one of many band-aids. But it seems very solvable to me, but I get why people are asking for passive tree, like effectively just passive tree survivability, right? I get it. That isn't just the core defenses. I just believe that I want to rule out or prove right or wrong, one way or the other, that the problem is actually in the gear. And well, more so the crafting of the gear.
Even some like temporary res on the tree would be nice, that you like, you know, because then you're like incentivized to get rid of that later, to get better, to like get it through gear, to get those skill points by. But you know, right now you're so hard, it feels like you're solving too many issues very early on.
So that's the runes, right? The runes is meant to be you resistance your gear, and then later on you replace them with things that aren't resistances. If that isn't solving the problem well enough, and I think it does early, very, very early again, maybe the mid-tier and high, and maybe the one in between lesser and greater and the greater runes aren't providing enough power there, and I would rather do it there since that tool is already available. Like they're 18% resist right now at greater. Is that enough? Maybe, maybe not. You know, like it's kind of hard to say. Or is it a matter of needs to be better ones that are rarer that give more?
That doesn't look like a particularly good weapon, even if we could. Can you equip it? Can it even be equipped? You can equip it? I would love for you to just jump into my hideout with it on. I just want to see what the model looks like. And try and upgrade it with the visor. You gotta try. You have to try.
O, zgodził się. To mamy miecz. No i dzięki. Zdobyłem miecz! Dodali miecze do Path of Exile 2! Dobra, I co? Tyle ludzie narzekali, że nie dostali miecze, a przecież dostali. Przecież są normalnie miecze.
You can auto attack it! Oh, that's great. You know, I'd be so tempted to just make an auto attack build with the dagger and then just be like, look at me. I made the world's first dagger build. If that dropped for me, I would try real hard to just make a dagger build work. You've got auto attack and that's it. But you know what? Like trample toe and flat damage from ward and like everything. I'd try.
But then that's the rarity problem, and so.
Yeah.
But then what I would like it to be is that essences combined with runes is enough to solve most of those holes in your character, like straight up on the gear and the sockets, of course. So if that isn't doing that, I think that needs to change. Otherwise, what are they doing?
Yeah.
I know they're not doing nothing, but
yeah, 100%. I know we're short on time, so I want to have one final question.
I mean, we can keep going for a bit. Like, it's okay. You know,
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I have a big list of cool things to talk about. The thing that I really want to talk about next was the extra like surprises, like the secrets and stuff. That has been one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a game.
That was very cool.
The martyr thing, I think for me is either a rank 1 or rank 2 coolest thing I've ever seen in a game. I woke up and I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? That is so sick.
That was actually very
so
fucking
much of it
cool.
this league. There's so many secrets. Yeah, can you just talk a little bit about like how you guys felt like the reception from community has been? Like that's been just so cool.
That was so fucking cool.
I would honestly say that stuff and seeing the community discover it is honestly one of the most fun things.
It was one of the most fun for us.
To see. It's something that's like it's funny, right? Because the 050 release itself, I get like way less enjoyment out of that than I do just like some random guy like being like exclaiming when he like finds the hidden door that goes to the thing to craft the taming.
Yeah,
like I
that was
watched
so
that video,
sick.
I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. You know, like the stuff. So yeah, we're really enjoying doing that stuff, and I'm sure we will be doing more of it as well. Like it's just really fun. One of the challenges we've had is like making sure it doesn't get too data mined beforehand. So there's like a few things like that we have to worry about.
Yeah, like the tame. Now I can say it because I'm going to not allow that happen in the future.
Yeah.
But the taming, if you were to data mine or be doing something, you know, slightly less legitimate, the bench for the taming is called Barracks Crafting Bench or something. And so I was like, no, it's like so obvious they're going to find it like day one by using some tools or something not legal, you know, and then But thankfully it didn't happen.
But I was also really worried that the martyr thing was going to be spoiled by just various strings that are in the client that relate to the things. Like that dialog box that it says talks about permanently destroying your character. Like that's just in the client somewhere. So I was like really worried someone was going to find that and be like questioning it, but it turns out that no one really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they'll look next time.
Like things like that we just have to look time. But it is really fun. I really enjoy it.
I just want to pay some respects for the Standard League's first martyr, who silently offed his character, and everyone got the bonus, and no one saw or mentioned anything, and no one seemed to know. He had a Korean name. Whoever you are, and all the Standard League players, they owe you some level of respect. And he did it very early, and he was like ranked 782 on the ladder, and we were like, okay, I guess no one cared.
Unfortunately, the community team didn't know about it. And so then when it happened in
no!
Lost.
What happened?
What happened?
Okay, at least you guys are still there. I thought it fully disconnected.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. Anyway,
I can't see the camera though.
So, no, we're good now. All right. Hopefully you can hear us still.
I can still hear you, just can't see you. Oh, I see you again.
I'm trying to fix
Yo,
it.
this thing is
All right, cool.
disgusting.
Anyway, so Yeah,
the
the
fuck?
unfortunately the community team didn't know that there was that person who'd done stat, and part of the reason for that is because there's a thing with the ladder where if they don't appear in the top 10, then it only shows it when you go to the full ladder screen. So there's like kind of a bug with that we'll need to fix. So it meant that the community team wasn't aware that someone had actually already done this stat, and no one else seemed to know either. Like it was like that for like at least a day. Like I only noticed it like a day before the other one started happening. So yeah, so some respect to that guy who who actually did it first. But then after the cat got out of the bag, you know, there's obviously a huge rush to do it. But yeah, honestly, like that was one of the ideas that I really, really enjoyed that we came up with. And
we had a few alternatives.
Yeah, we had some other ideas that were way more terrible that other people in our studio were very unhappy with when we suggested them.
The first one was you could effectively do what we had, but you'd get put into a divine league, a divine version of the league.
Yeah.
And then all items would drop with the divine flag. And I think the initial idea was that you get +2 ascendancy points from level, so you have to start again from level 1. You're in your own league with only players who hit 100 and ascended.
Yeah.
And you get +2 ascension points, but everyone was like, no, we can't have it that you have to do this to have the most powerful character in the game.
Yeah, exactly. It was there. So this
I understand why they didn't do that, but it would be very cool.
idea we eventually went with was much better than that one. It was much better than that one.
And then the second idea, I was like, this is part of the, I mean, where some of this started was, it was what happens if you try to sacrifice the defenses of Tabula Rasa to add Runic Ward. And it was like, well, what if it just like, and then I was like, okay, then if you equip it, then you get to synthesis like there's nowhere, like, I don't know. We went on some down some deep hole, but that eventually translated back to it'd be nice if the first edict actually did something, you know.
So there's still one secret I believe that no one's got yet, and I think that might be because there was something broken about it initially.
Oh.
Has that been sorted yet?
Is it the Oracle thing?
All the attainable ones that I'm aware of.
Yeah, but I think there was one that's broken.
I forgot about a lot of them, and then the community discovered it. I'm like, oh yeah, we did that. What the heck? So I honestly don't know anymore.
I think there is one that maybe is broken currently that we still need to fix, and maybe that's when
there is one that isn't working properly. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still one more, but we won't tell you guys when we patch it in. So
I had a question about secrets. Am I remembering right that there was? I can't remember if it was one of you guys or Chris that talked about this back in the day, but was there a lost PoE 1 secret that you guys weren't sure if got discovered or not? So I was wondering, have you guys written down all the new secrets just to make sure?
I honestly, we haven't. Like it's possible that we would just forget about something and not know about it anymore. But honestly, there's so much random stuff left in like just sitting in our data files that it's like there's a shocking amount of stuff that is incomplete or like intended to be resurrected or things that people can't remember anymore and that kind of thing. So you have enough developers and enough years of development and you'll get all sorts of stuff like that.
Well,
it's cool though. It's honestly some of the most fun. Like every day, I was like /ladder. Is someone 100 yet? I want them to discover this. Yeah. Hurry up. I was like, wow, why are they not at level 100 yet?
It's very cool. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Another thing I was curious about, like obviously we're getting to more of like a biome feeling now. Like the world feels a lot more alive. It's a lot more like fun to engage with and discover things. How do I phrase this? Do you think you'd ever do like randomized events or even like events that are temporary? Like that's not something we've really ever seen before.
We're interested. We've discussed stuff like this. Like the Atlas certainly being like a space like that does open up us up to the idea that we could do kind of more things along those lines. Yeah, maybe. But we obviously don't have anything like that yet. But yeah, I think that we should probably be doing some things like that in the future. We just
I mean, it's an inevitability. Like, come on, it'll happen. It's just what form it takes and all of that. I just
but
I think it would be cool to do some things like that.
Same with like I want to use Abyss here as an example because I thought that was so cool, with like the Quest Abyss thing, and right now when you're putting down the breach thing and the ritual thing, you have to like stamp it in a certain location. Do you think you'd ever do something like that? You just see like a huge Abyss biome, and you go like, you know, a streamer will go like, look at this abyss biome, right? It's like 40 maps wide. You know, like a little bit of that like discovery feeling. Is that like something you'd like the idea of?
Yeah, I mean,
much better.
I
Yes.
actually had wanted to put abysses like there was originally supposed to be more than just the quest abyss there. There was supposed to be other ones that you would find just as you're exploring in the infinite. But we just didn't get time to quite implement that. But that's something that we probably will do.
I would love that.
It should have that because all of the other leagues do have Atlas mechanics, so we do want to do stuff like that.
Yeah, like a giant fissure opening up like in the world near where you're mapping is like quite a cool thing to fantasize. Like, whoa, what the hell? I want to go there, and you know. So, I mean, and it's not that hard, but it just didn't quite make the cut. So, hopefully next.
Speaking of fissure opening,
but in general though, we do want to make sure that there are Atlas mechanics for all the leagues we do going forward. Like we just like the Atlas is part of the thing. Like having things that can happen on the Atlas is definitely a really cool part of leagues. So we'll be doing more of that.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, in the start, I was not the biggest fan of the Open Atlas, and now I'm like, I don't actually not sure what day it is right now because I've been just slamming like 18, 19 hours a day. So yeah, it's great. Let's see. How do you feel about the current state of like found versus crafted gear? I know we have like the tiered loot as well. We don't really have like drop only modifiers at the moment, not much at least.
I guess this is always a constant back and forth battle with crafted versus drop because like there's one of those things where like if drop stuff is better than crafted, then people will say like crafting sucks, you need to improve crafting, and then you can go the other way around as well. We're definitely we tilted the balance back a little bit to drop again this one because by nerfing the drop rate of perfect currency. So like that was a part of the intention of like trying to get that back a little bit, especially in the kind of mid-end game. So the hope is that we've like restored some of the balance a bit, but it's like a constant battle. I know that it's interesting though because we were talking about this and I was kind of asserting that like, oh, the tiered mod stuff should be good, and you were kind of doubting that for a while. But then recently you did some experiments and found that maybe they are better than what you'd given them credit for.
The way that some of us are currently playing the league, so we're doing our maps and we're getting, let's say 7 to 10 raw divine per map, right? Per invested map, right? That's like what we're probably about getting. Of just currency base, right? Of just actual, you know.
This is using your patented juicing strategy,
fungibles
right?
on the ground. Yeah, I mean, sometimes more.
What's our strat? Let us know.
The thing is, what I wasn't doing at the start, and it kind of became more of a thing, is now you go in with, I don't know, 120 wisdom scrolls. You go in with, you know,
get fucked. Actually, never mind.
Transmute orgs. You know, nothing too
No.
extreme.
No.
And you honestly, I would say that we pick up and identify, you know, 300 items per map. Let's
Fuck
say.
you.
And as soon as you get, and I mean, like, I got a pair of gloves yesterday, for example. I ID'd it. It had T1 rarity, T1 energy shield. And then you do like 3 crafting operations on it, which you can just do in the map. You can just do 1 or 2 of them, and if you don't land, you just throw it on the floor. And then it often involves, you know,
absolutely not.
In some contexts, you have, even if it's just like double exaltations, you have, and then you go and desecrated, and so you don't have to use ancients every time. And then like that pair of gloves is, you know, 45 to 60 divines now, give or take. And it's not like I landed full T1s. It's just that, like, you know, good ES gloves are expensive right now. And so you filter for the right base types and the right tiers. You get a lot of them. You just craft them live in the map. You can go dump tab them and do it all later, but like whatever, we're just doing it as we go. And honestly, I would say you can easily take another like 30 plus divine out of the map just worth of gear, just picking up anything that's T2 to T5 of the right base types of the meta build characters. And so sure, like things like talismans aren't worth a hell of a lot right now, but like spears, quarterstaffs, you know, obliterator bows, you know, all these things, right? You just pick them up, craft them live. It's a bit to get your head around. Like, you know, even couple of the guys in the office were like, I was like, what would you do to this? And they're like, do this, then this, then this, then this. I'm like, oh Jesus, okay, I didn't even think of that. So like, yeah, you even even then you get your head around it. But like honestly, you can like 10x your value you're taking out of the map by just picking up all the tiered gear if you want. Now,
Alternatively, you could run fucking 7 times as many maps and just have more fun. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, that takes a bit of time. You could also just pick it all up, stash it. You can just leave and come back as many times as you want, right? Chuck it all in there and then just do a whole big identifying crafting spree later if you want. But like, I was like, Tiered Gear sucks, and then now I'm playing and I'm like, holy shit, how is anyone not doing this? And it's honestly crazy. It's you just get.
There is a thing there for sure where like currency is so easy to know that it's valuable, and so it's just an easier time to just like pick up all the currency and assume that the gear is crap. But there is definitely some value there if you know what to look for, but it is a much more complicated process, and I can certainly see why people are less keen to engage with that. So it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, saying that like that crafting is better than picking up gear is like, well, certainly crafting is like picking up gear and understanding what's valuable and so on is just a much more complicated way to go about your life. So like, it's just that there's certain, like, I think it would take a lot to make it so that the overall perception is that ground loot is better, because of the fact that it has such a higher like skill ceiling in order to require to know what actually to find. And so that's like the challenge that you have of like trying to shift that perception.
But I mean, even just finding the right item with the right mod, and like fracturing orbs are quite valuable, affordable this league. Just go and drop a fracture, and if you happen to fracture the right mod, then you know you could 20x your well, more than 20. You could probably 200x the actual value of the item. I've seen a lot of that. I mean, that's something I've actually seen coming from the Breach tree, the Genesis tree as well, as you're getting base types. If you get the right base type with the right T1 affix, the rest of the item is terrible, the value of the item, like, I mean, I've seen items 10 Divine Plus, and it's just a base type with one mod, and not even a rare mod at that, just for fracturing. And then obviously people like, you want 3 mods with 1 desecrated mod, and then you have, you'll try and fracture that, and if it fails, you can probably just throw it on the floor, but like, whatever. Or just slam it and hope for the best. But like, even that gets you so much value. I've actually been like quite impressed how much of the different content with its different axes has different ways of making money. It's been quite like, okay, like Abyss, right? You've got the freaking not that it's enjoyable, and I am improving that mod. That's the darkness light catastrophe.
Oh right.
But you can farm like so the pinnacle boss of Abyss not really worth that much, but the farming those omens is worth a ton. Breach, there's so much from the tree that's worth a lot. The thing in itself is valuable. Even through to the right grasping males and whatnot. You have Ritual, obviously, right? Infinite shopping for Headhunter Mage Blood. Sorry, not infinite. You have I don't like talking about the temple, but the temple has its good perks. The temple, the temple, by the way, I know we nerfed it recently and there was a bit of a like, yay, let's not have that again. The temple ruined Christmas for me. Like, I don't want another. Freaking that temple destroyed me.
I have bad news.
Anyway, that's random.
I think people have broken the temple again.
It's good, but it doesn't seem that out of control. What we've been looking at doesn't seem that out of control.
Okay. Well, how recent is this news?
I think it's rank. I think it's rank 30 right now of the most. Like the average value of the rewards coming from a temple is 30th on the ranking of of different strategies. So, and yes, we're looking at that. However, it doesn't require any monetary investment, so it being good is okay, but it being the best is definitely not okay.
Yeah,
but like,
I'm not sure how good it is.
Right, I want that farm ranking. What the fuck?
Someone was like, at least 10 different people were like, ... the economy is going to be ruined again. People are templing, and it was something new today.
We can look at that again, but I have a feeling it's not nearly on the same level as what we've like, not even in the same universe as what was a thing.
Yeah,
I'll
just wanted to make sure to bring it up.
We now, because of this bloody temple, have way more active stats for checking how many items of whatnot are dropping in certain instances and all of this. And I swear, if the temple's number 1 on that list again, I've already had one Christmas ruined by this. I don't want.
But yeah, like one of the explicit goals we had at the start of 050 was make it so that all leagues have stuff that is valuable, that like is a reason to farm them and like to actually keep going. Because I feel like the state we're in before, there just wasn't that sort of compelling reason to do all the leagues. So getting to the point where that's like the case is definitely something that we really wanted, and I think that we have mostly kind of gotten there. Like it's pretty good now.
Yeah.
What is that a temple? Zoom in on that. Well, sorry, we're being shown a...
From chat?
Okay, so...
All right. This is okay. We have been told that there's a T1 issue with the temple.
Temple shenanigans, T1 issue after interview.
So apparently, yeah, we've been whispered in the
capital
air.
letters.
Yeah,
the message we just.
Right, okay, cool. So, yeah, we'll look into that right after.
It was just when you brought up that your Christmas was ruined. I was like, "There's something you should know."
Something you should know.
I have no more. No, that's not. That's got a bit crazy. I have the amount of joy I can get out of just going and obliterating the temple right now. Trust me, and I don't care if it's a mid-league nerf. I've lost all sympathy for that bloody temple and everyone running it for now. No, I'm being extreme. Like, obviously, I'm not. I don't want to actually just make it bad, but like.
No, you do.
It's
no, you do.
Trauma.
Okay. All right.
Bubgun is begging. But yeah.
You do want to make it bad.
Early on, when it was
I can
the strategy,
hear it.
like recently, I was like, honestly, if that temple's the strategy again, I'm not playing this league. I was just like, I'm done. We have to solve this. And I think a lot of people share that. I think that just spending an entire another league doing the exact same kind of temple thing as last league is a thing that would immediately turn off so many people from wanting to actually play. And it's that thing where it's like, oh, well, just don't do it if you don't enjoy it. Well, you know how it is. If something is economically that advantageous, you kind of have to, right? Like, so yes, it is not a good thing if the temple just ends up being supreme. But like, anyway, it sounds like it's something I'm immediately going to. As soon as this ends, I'm gonna run, jog, walk fast, and we'll go figure it out. So
awesome.
If there is something, don't get too attached to it.
Awesome. Good to hear it. Another thing that was new with PoE2 in general, we're seeing more and more cinematics. Is one of my favorite things. I love it. Even like the like start of the bosses with the new Arbiter of Divinity and stuff, we're seeing more cinematics there. Yeah, is that just it's going to be a trend moving forward? With like, should we expect more cinematics?
We're definitely going to do some more. Like 1.0 in particular, there are some cool things. But I don't know that it's going to be like, I wouldn't expect like every pinnacle boss going forward is going to always have one in this kind of thing. Like it's not going to be like that common, but yeah, like, I mean, it's definitely like 1.0 needs to have some cool shit. So, you know, there'll be some stuff.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to add more if before we first implement the capability to also like skip them, like, you know, things like that. So it'll probably get pretty tiresome pretty quickly if all of a sudden everything's doing that. You know, especially when you lose control of your character entirely. Yeah. Like, you know, the start of the Tangmazu fight is, you know, has a bit of a story moment, but I wouldn't say it's a cinematic, whereas, like, the Arbiter of Divinity actually, like, seizes control of your, you know, you can't move, your cameras gets hijacked. So that kind of thing, where we actually seize control and hijack your camera, we'd want to implement a level of skippability, for sure. But yeah, it's, you know, and then there's the actual like player video style thing, like the Fortress Rising, you know, which is currently skippable, but that's actual cinematic, where then we have in-game cinematic, where then we have also just narrative moments. I would want to make sure that the in-game cinematic parts get skippable before we're doing too many more of those, and it starts to get annoying.
Speaking of skippable, I was curious about this. For those of us that are going to be playing for thousands and thousands of hours, would you ever do like a UI option button, which is basically a roleplay skip? Because these are like really cool the first 20, 50, 200 times, but after thousands of hours, like there are a few things like throwing an abyss item down the well and stuff like that. Like they do get very long eventually, and they will start adding up, I think. They're very cool. I do like them a lot. I can see effort
It's
in those areas.
I'd need to think very carefully about how to do something like that. I do appreciate what you're saying,
Yeah.
but it's like, it. So here's my worry, right? Let's say you added an option in the options menu of just skip all of that stuff. You're going to turn that on and you're never going to turn it off. And so then when we make a new league,
I'd
just
definitely turn it off for new
you know what
stuff.
I mean? Sure, but I think a lot of people just wouldn't, and like, you know, they wouldn't think about it and that kind of thing. And that's just one of those things. And so it's like, why? Like, I sort of, I'd like to solve this problem in a way where it's not.
Could it always work the first time?
Compromise that first time experience. Well, maybe it's like, but I mean, I just have to think about that like a little bit. Like, there's slightly more to it. Yeah, because I think just one time is also maybe not quite right either. Like, there's something.
Even resetting it once a league,
here.
like every new league, you have to see all them
Right.
again.
I get what you're saying. Like, I just need to have a think about it. Like, it's not something I've thought about in that way exactly before. I mean, there were some things we were even discussing earlier about like, so I mean, you know, I was looking at some various lists that people had of like various issues, and then someone pointed out the mermaid boss, like the immunity phases during that particular boss are very annoying. And I'm like, yeah, actually, you're right, they are pretty annoying. And so it's like this, and like that's one of those things where
Fucking Gooner over here doesn't really mind that invulnerability phase. It's just the only one I don't hate. That's because I'm a deviant.
Yeah, the first like
anyway,
times it's kind of fine, and then like, you know, you get that stuff, and like I don't want anyone to hear that and be like, oh, we're going to remove immunity phases, because I don't think we're generally going to do that. But like there are just certain things that do get annoying the more and more times that you do them, and so we have to think like a little bit carefully how we can try and resolve some of that stuff. There's probably something.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm happy with who I am as a person.
Where it was like, well, let's see if it's a problem and then we'll address it. And the idea was that if you're doing multiple crafts in one instance, you don't have to keep playing the animation, and but then it was like, generally you do go back and forth to it. And it is true, I agree. It was like, it's kind of funny watching. I quite enjoy it. I like the item of the idea of throwing the item in the well. But then, yeah, I get it. After many times, you're just kind of like, oh, just hurry up, you know? So,
yeah.
But yeah, it is that there definitely isn't an easy way to, you know, like you wouldn't want to add a specific don't play Abyss option. Like that's kind of silly. And then, yeah, if you do a global option, it's like what does and doesn't it turn off? What categorizes in this field or not is a little bit subjective. Like there's certain, everyone I suspect has different opinions on what should and shouldn't be skippable or ignorable in this regard. But that isn't to
what
say,
if hitting escape skips it?
You could do that. I mean, that's what we currently have for the conversations, right? You can escape to skip through to those, and that's something we did kind of recently.
Still love the clip of the hardcore dying in the drowning orb. Me too.
For doing it, and we might still change that because I don't think most people even know you can press escape to skip through it.
Yeah.
Even though I just told them. But yeah, maybe. I mean, whatever it ends up being, it could be the same thing. It's just. Honestly, even just implementing that isn't entirely trivial, but it is very possible. It's just not trivial. And it's like, is there a way to do it? There's always a thing. You get caught up on like, is there a way to do it globally? Is there a way to do it for everything or not? And like things we opt into or not, but everything's just implemented very bespokely and in their own custom way. And so there isn't really like a universal solution necessarily on our end. Even though there probably is a universal solution for, you know, what the player would do to achieve them. That's fine. So, I don't know. I'm sure something will change eventually.
Yeah.
Right? Like it probably will.
We'll have a think about it, basically. We'll have a think about it.
But yeah.
And speaking of cutscenes and stuff, the Bodak, wow, what a cool fight! That I think it's my new favorite PoE fight in general right now.
Which one's
like,
that?
That was the one.
It's harrowing.
That was the one beforehand when people were asking me.
Oh,
what my favorite
in the space
in the expansion was. That was that one.
Yeah.
It's just really cool.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, it was cool.
Of the.
It's very different. So like he.
I love it.
It's kind of hard to appreciate, but like obviously you have the goddesses Viridi, Solaris, and Lunaris coming in with their powers to help you, and you have you know, freeze him and do a bunch of damage to him without even necessarily damaging him, and it's very got a lot of unique elements to it for sure. Obviously the darkness but yeah, it's pretty cool. What is the? I was just trying to think. Like, I mean, holy, that was not an easy fight to make.
I bet.
I think that might have been the fight that has now taken the longest to make in all of GGG history, by the way.
Wow.
There were a lot of false starts with things like
I killed it in 6 seconds. Sorry.
It took a while for us to realize that we couldn't really do them the way we wanted. So
yeah,
there was just like there was just quite a bit of like of things, but yeah, it was the end result is really really cool.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic. I like the kind of effects with moths on them, like the dark fluttering moths and the skin of the thing. And I mean, even the first phase where you're not damaging life, you're damaging darkness is kind of like
it was very cool.
That's different
and like
technically the boss is on full life the whole time. So if you get a bunch of like against full life bonuses, it's like you can, it's like weird little niche things.
So like Jonathan was saying earlier, like I'm on hardcore, right? So I am researching the bosses first before doing it. So I was watching SteelMage do it. And thankfully for me, SteelMage's Spark, no walls in that fight. He did no damage. So I got to like really see everything. Like it was a long fight for him. And I got very lucky with my League starter. The Monkey, very strong. Monkey just fucking one-shot that thing. But it was just, I was just sitting there the entire time. I was like, wow. I'm so happy my friend has no damage. Because this is like a fight you really want to appreciate.
Right.
It's cool. Even when you go into the fight, I love the cool ways to initiate fights as well. It's just a cool moment where like the prison, that kind of glass obsidian prison underneath you shatters and you just fall into his domain is like a kind of cool thing as well. I love that stuff a lot.
Same. It was very very cool. One thing I promised to bring up about the Atlas screen. Obviously the Atlas is like, for some lower end PCs, like very graphically intensive. Would you ever consider a more airborne Atlas screen or something like quite a lot of lower end PCs asked for?
I honestly prefer to optimize the Atlas that we already have. Like there are things about it that can definitely be optimized, and there's no reason it should necessarily need to be this slow as what it is. It's interesting as a thing to optimize specifically because it's quite different than all the rest of our engine, like the stuff that things our engineers normally deal with, because there's so many different objects. So we effectively we have some ideas in mind on how to do that, and like there's several things like that I want to fix. So one of them is obviously just its frame rate, but the other one that I think is just the time to open it, and there are things about that we definitely can improve. We have specific optimizations in mind, and we should be able to get that to be down to 300 milliseconds, something like that, or less. Like it should. There's no reason it needs to be longer than that. There's just a few quirks to it that'll get us there. So yeah, I do appreciate this a little bit annoying though. So yeah, we'll just optimize it, and that shouldn't take too long to do to get that to a better state.
When new quests get added to the game, are they? Oh, sorry. When new mechanics are added to the game, like new leagues and stuff, will they get their own in-game quests? Like I'm a huge fan of the quest system.
Leagues will, yeah. So basically, every league we make going forward, there'll be like an in-game quest that lined for that. I think it helps.
We're gonna need a better tracker.
One issue we do have to solve right now, though, is that there's like a giant list of quests on the right-hand side of the screen. Like we need to solve that problem. There's like an issue that we brought up even before we released 050.
Yeah.
So I'll need to do something about that and work out what to do there. But we're definitely gonna do that for the Questify, all that stuff.
Cool. Now, I personally love it, but I'm also somebody that has a lot of time. Do you ever think it'll be too many quests?
Well, I guess the theory there is that they're all kind of optional. So yeah, so long as we can get across the idea that you don't have to do all of these, they're just like the different options you have for in-game, then I think that'll be fine. I certainly don't want to do something where we're like removing content just so there's less of it in the game. Like obviously you had Destiny 2 that was doing stuff like that, and I don't think any of the players really appreciated that at all. That's one of those things where like I think that's a really bad idea. So yeah, at the end of the day, over time there's just gonna be more and more things like that, and just the hope is effectively make it so that it's not kind of bothering anyone for it to exist, and you just effectively you move it so that the point where the intro to the quest line just like maybe moves out a little bit, so it happens a little bit later, and then but that.
I think it's actually a really easy solution. You make like a thing so that you can pin or unpin certain quests, and then you just add the little drop down just like this one, and anything that isn't pinned just disappears. Right? Like that's how you do it. You just pin the quest and you add the drop down, and then you go, I'm going to do this quest, and this quest. You pin those 3 and you just hide the rest of them. And they're still there. I can drop them down and go for a new one. They even have the pinning system. Yeah. It's just a pinning. You just have to do that. Right? You could just have to, but then it'll just be on the side like it is now. And then you just fucking whoop, hide them all. I think that's a good solution for new players. That's a better solution than what we got now. You could make it so that I have to unpin them, right? And that'd be whatever.
That's the kind of thing that we can do to kind of streamline that. But
I'm very curious to see what people are going to do on sequential leagues for sure, as to whether or not, or how many people embrace that I want to complete everything, you know, psychology versus the nah, I'm gonna do this league, and I'm just, that's it. They do those. You do the fortress. You do, say, Delirium. You do the temple. We'll see, and then you know, you just move on. I don't know why they picked those two. I'm just being arbitrary, but it'll be interesting to see if, as more leagues go by, if more seasoned players in particular, just pick at the start, like, here's the leagues I'm going to farm. You know, solely once they've figured it out based on patch notes as well. They're like, this is my in-game strat, and then they just do that. And I guess if they change their mind mid-league, they can always just do that, right? They can go and do the quest line, finish it, and then do a new strategy. But instead of having to do everything all at once, they just pick their battle and go and just farm that as long as they want, and then go and change strategy. That is the hope of what people do, instead of, I have to do everything every league and it's getting tiresome. Because that is the worry, right? Is that if, you know, if it gets perceived as, in order to even start the end game, you know how these things go, I have to first, as in the peak rewards end game, I have to first go and do all of these quests and all of these maps, and it's hundreds of hours or dozens of hours, and then I can start the end game. If that becomes the wider perception, that is going to get more and more tiresome per league, and it then means the longevity of this, you know, might not be as, you know, good as we hoped. So now there are ways to adapt to that, and, you know, we've done some of that already. The whole just killing pinnacles gives you points for them, and so on and so forth. Nice. But you still got to do the quest in order to then get to do that, and maybe there are more changes, but like it's honestly hard to know. A thing being played once, twice, 3 times is very different to it being played 15 times, and we're obviously going to do leagues for as long as we can, you know what I mean? So we'll have to just see, but I can see this. It's one of those, like, it's probably going to be a problem after 2.5 years or something, you know? But so hopefully we don't have to worry about it for a while, but you'll probably get a growing number of players per league reset who are like, there's too much to do now. And it's an interesting problem to have. But I don't know, I'm hoping the optionality of it will salvage that for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. No, I mean, I love it. It's like, it really takes care of the whole, like, feeling lost problem for me to have. So it's, really enjoyed it. There's also, like, we're seeing more and more items, like unique items with skills being added. What are some of the obstacles on your end when adding something, but still, like, trying to make sure?
Please tell me part of this is, please let me put uniques that have high level skills on my low level character and just have it down level the same way the ascendancy skills do. Just have it down level the same way the ascendancy skills do. That system already exists. Can we do that same thing but for items, so I can get a life sprig and use it?
Make sure that it has a place in the game that it, like, fits in.
Well, so the skills on uniques thing is certainly something that, like, we now see is pretty important for, like, unique design going forward, and I guess it's sort of filling in the sort of similar design space as what we were, like, previously. I think a lot of the stuff that we would previously do with what the heck were they called in PoE 1? Is it transfigured, right?
Transfigured, James. Transfigured
skills, yes, I can always forget the names. The transfigured skills. So it's kind of a similar thing like that. Like, we'll probably do a lot more uniques that have, like, effectively just variants on existing ones and things like that, and going like that. So like I guess the thing there is just like all of this new unique stuff that we're doing there is kind of happening at the end of the game, but we need to get more of that stuff into the earlier part of the game. That's kind of like the really our current our current goal is like try to have that more, and then when transfigured skills was like, you know, in that balance kind of more available earlier, it'll mean then that more people will be able to build things around those uniques like earlier in the character's lifetime. Like if you can get it like level 40, like a thing that might define your build, like, you know, like you make a build around it at that kind of level, that's the kind of thing that's going to improve you know, make that stuff fit in a little bit better. So that's kind of what we're hoping to achieve, is like something more like that feel with regard to the uniques and the skills on them.
Yeah. Well, I was
the
just gonna
challenges-
selfishly. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I was just gonna
No, you go,
selfishly ask real quick. Would you ever consider letting us right-click a gem? Like, for example, I really want to. I always forget the name of it. It's almost like Perfidy. Peridify. It's the new wisp bow. From it has like the wisps that like.
I know the bow. I don't remember the name.
Yeah.
It had internally it was called like
Periphery.
Or something.
It's called Periphery. I can't use that until 84, and I was sitting there thinking, I wish I could right-click a level 7 gem or 10 gem and make it at least temporarily lower level, so that I could use it while early. Like you were saying.
I definitely understand that. I definitely understand the desire for that, but I guess there's a worry that you like. It's like what you're almost asking for the reverse of what we just did, like down.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that was great too. I love that part too.
Yeah. But yeah, like no, like it is a concern. But I think part of the reason why you feel that way is just because there aren't enough uniques like that earlier in the game. It's like if there was like a suite of uniques that all had like a.
No, it's because the low level uniques we're finding most of them in our tier 15 maps. It's even for those. Like my life spring has a level 19 skill. Congratulations, you can't wear it until level 84. Well, a life spring is worthless at level 84. So like, can I just
interesting stills and stuff all through the game, then the desire to down level the coolest ones that are all currently at the end would like be less large, and it's like that's just a matter of just fixing all of those mid tier ones and getting them getting them better. And it's like that is going to be a huge focus now, is like improving that kind of thing.
I don't think I'm inherently against being able to lower the level of those as well, though. Personally, it's just finding the right analog to do so. We had actually intended for something like that when we had one of the crafting bench systems that we dropped in Runes of Eldur. It initially had secret end-game recipes you could discover to be able to set the level of inherent skills on items to be lower levels. But that whole crafting bench got obliterated because it was kind of bad in the end. It was just like doing... It's like the essences and runes and stuff were already kind of doing the same thing, and it was like just a third way of doing that, and it wasn't really necessary. So
I suppose there'd be nothing technically stopping us make it so the existing unique crafting bench could actually, on high level uniques, could make them go lower in damage with lower base levels.
That fixed life spray again.
Theoretically do that. It'd be kind of funny, but it's a bit unintuitive if you're a player that you would do something like that.
I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is that...
I mean, you should just be able to put them on. That's the thing. The level 19 skill should just be a maximum level 19 skill. If I put it on my level 2 character, it should be a level 1 skill, and it should just level up like the ascendancies do with me until it reaches its maximum level where it stops. That's how that should work. I don't know how hard that is to do, but that's how it should work.
It was very close to being a thing, so it's probably not gonna not be a thing forever. So, we'll just see. I don't want to. It definitely needs to be a thing where we don't then go and add, like it's either a custom recipe or on a bench. It's not like we add. Actually a little bit hard through the uncut, but it's not. I guess it wouldn't be impossible. But you know. We were going to, like, we have the one that can upgrade the level,
the fluxes,
whatever it's called. We were like, we don't want to do one that also, we don't want to have like 20 currency items where it's just like a bunch of item bloat for like being able to set it to a bunch of lower levels necessarily. And so, but either way, it will come. Like, I'm almost certain of it. I just don't want it to be ultra common as well. Like it's obviously a more for re-rolling thing.
Yeah.
And so, but it's kind of fine.
Nice. As a final question, you guys talked a little bit about I believe you talked about a reset league at some point, right? Like some sort of event. Anything more you can tease about that?
Not really. I mean, we'll probably say it as much as we can say for now, but yeah, it will happen. We don't have an exact timeline, but yeah, it'll definitely be happening. And yeah, there'll be a lot of other just like balance changes and other things going on there as well as I'm sure we'll manage to sneak in some content as well. So, you know, we'll see how we go. But yeah, it's we definitely need to be able to do a couple more resets before we get to 1.0 just to you know, to do more balance iteration. And like in the background, the balance iteration I think is going pretty well. I mean, you pasted me that list of like what the DPS on all of the highest level characters was compared to the kind of ridiculous outliers we had before. And I think a lot of the outliers are getting sorted. Like the balance is slowly improving as a
goodbye
thing going on
grim
in the background,
totems.
so that's been helping a lot too.
Yeah, we are getting there. It's just like there's this kind of uphill battle to it where it's like one step forward. I wouldn't say 2 steps back. It's like
it's like 3 steps forward, 1 step back every
or
league,
3
you
2.
know?
You know, it's like we do all these things, and then we add all this new content, and then that creates another. You know, we like fix 20 problems, and then we add all the new content, and that adds like 10 to 15 problems, and then we have to fix those problems, and it's like this. You know, it feels like a unwinnable battle sometimes, but it is. We are making progress. Like I did look at things, and I was like, you know, we are getting there. We just have to keep going, and we'll eventually minimize the amount of, you know, problems and bring up the bottom. You know, like I've made sure to take, I know there are snapshots on Ninja, but I've also made sure to take a bunch of screenshots of like very early in the league, what people are playing and not. And obviously that's the, you know, top 120,000 characters or whatever. So it doesn't represent everyone, but then we also get stats on our side and we kind of match them up. And so I'm always keep an eye on like what's not being played. And, you know, it comes back to Acolyte being consistently low. This league, you've got Pathfinder, you've got, what else is down there? There's all the 1% or less classes that people just aren't playing, and even Chronomancer, even though we just did some changes to it.
Yeah, you made it weird.
And you know, there are builds with those classes, but there are then just clear and evident problems, and we'll just keep chipping away at them and see how far we get. The uniques is another one. Obviously, I've mentioned that as well too. I can't remember if it was a DM and Gazzy or Ziggy, but like, you know, we're going to look at the uniques. We're going to just look at a bunch of different content that's not good, i.e. the logbooks is that's not in a reset, but it's this league. We'll just do some improvements. So, but yeah, we definitely have more resources towards just trying to like improve and fix the live game, be it bugs or balance. You know, since now we're, you know, effectively hoping to be on the home stretch of going all the way to release and getting that all sorted. We've got, you know, a good chunk of people focusing on the live realm right now, hoping to improve a lot of things, and we should be able to achieve quite a lot. Like,
awesome.
It's just whether or not we patch them in ASAP or we patch them in with a reset, and it kind of that ultimately comes down to whether or not it's going to break people's characters and economy.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to try and minimize that as much as possible to invalidate people's characters. Obviously, we're trying to minimize. So,
yeah.
Content fixes probably will come as they're ready. Character stuff will come a bit later because, you know,
with the reset league.
Yeah, with an event / reset league. Yeah.
Oh, well, huge thank you, and thanks so much for going overtime as well. Like, just thank you so much. I know you guys are crazy
so
busy,
much overtime,
and yeah, huge thank you. League's amazing. I'm having a blast. So yeah,
excellent.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you as well, and I guess we're off to look at the temple. I suppose.
Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing now. But yeah, great interview.
All right.
So, yeah, thanks very much.
See you guys later. Thanks so much.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. Huge love to DDD. You're watching this on YouTube later. Tell me if you like it. Right or die. Less than the temple does. Also, feel free to apologize to people in chat. I didn't think the interview was gonna go on that long, so I only had like 1.5 hours of pre-rolls. So like I try to play ads ahead of time.
Yeah, I know the deal. All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Logbook buff. I will take logbook buff. Could logbook buff get me the logbook quest and the extra that knowing that I'm missing a passive point is really starting to get disheartening because I've been doing logbooks for 2 days. Why am I still missing my passive point? Well, I say passive point. I'm definitely taking the 5% mana. I mean, I'm definitely taking the rune that's worth 200 div because I don't have a mage blood on yet. But I also don't love that there's a rune worth 200 div that I have to make the choice between at the same time. Right? Like, I don't love that. Just put a mage blood on. Hope that helps. You know what? Good idea. But before mage blood, I really have to fix my amulet though. Okay, I've killed this guy like maybe 15 times now and he's dropped nothing ever. Does he have a drop? It's grandfathered in, but it's sitting, look how close it sits to this ring. I've got like a 400 div ring on and a 10 exalt amulet. And also fixing my amulet gets me at least one more totem, probably two. There could be a 500 div belt next to that ring. So here's the other thing though. The belt is the long-term plan for fixing the resistance for this build. One of my flasks has to be a bismuth flask. And like, if I replace my amulet, that's even more resistant stats that I can't fix without the fucking belt. So I don't know. I mean, so maybe I just get like a semi-okay, like +2 with good mana amulet, like something in the cheaper region, like, you know, the 10 to 20 divine region, so it's not this fucking 10 chaos garbage I put on day one, and then we just call that good enough, and then we go for the belt first. I think the answer is no. You get the fucking belt. I mean, not having the belt isn't stopping me from doing anything. This character was able to complete all content in the game, including 200% delirious, about 500, 600, 700 divines ago. I was like, it's not stopping me. Although one of them is going to be a Quicksilver. So it will make me faster. Because surely no one's wearing a belt that doesn't have a Quicksilver on it. I mean, maybe some of those attack to move builds might just go like double silver or something. in the middle verse, and then you can make a 3 mirror amulet later. Amulet is not going to cost a mirror. Nah, +4 is enough. I was just going to go for +4. Damage is clearly not a problem. Damage hasn't been a problem for a while. We're already up to, I don't know, I didn't look at that. I didn't look at that. I have no uses for a mirror. I could use a mirror. I could use 2,259 divines. I don't need a mirror. Right. This is the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. No, I made a quick sandwich, but I literally ate it while I was peeling my banana. That was my dinner. I think desperate for a better filter. Then you should make one. I am too. I keep putting it off. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna kill these two bosses, but then I think I'm just done here until buffs come through for it, because I'm just not making as much money as I can doing other mechanics, and after 2 full days I still haven't seen, like, even had an attempt at my like 5% mana or whatever, which was the main reason I came here. So I'm stopping the expedition right before the 200 div route. Okay, but like, what if I don't get it? Let's quit before they hit big. I mean, if I'm ever allowed to gamble again, that'll probably also be me. The way I have always handled gambling when I've done it is I pull out cash. I pull out cash and I call that cash gone. That's gone cash. It doesn't exist anymore. And that's what I spend. That's the fun for the night. And if it gets to 0, you leave. You just don't pull out more cash. And if it multiplies itself by 5, you leave. You call it a win.
Balance restored.
That's how I do the gambling in real life. This is one bit away from riches. No. Nope. What is this? In the worst possible whittling. I mean, are you putting this on? Is it for you? I honestly, I would have been happy with the energy shield you had before.
The wilds take hold.
And before, when you said that before, it would have whittled it away. I mean, is it for you? There is some way to put them on. Oh yeah, but easy to do. Let's go. I mean, yeah, but they're a disgusting pair. I mean, they beat the shit out of those for damage anyway. I mean, projectile speed's great, but like, that's just an extra projectile when forking and chain when hitting a terrain. God, it's so fucking good. Even though you can get those sort of mods, but like, I can't make a pair of gloves like that. Even like if I had infinite money, like I already need a mage blood res cap. Like it has to come from somewhere. Something has to give me res. Is it a ricochet? Then who are you even making it for? Who's the target? Look, they were just cool. Okay, well then you should stop spending your money on them because you're actively trying to save for a mage blood. And if they're targeting no one, it doesn't matter how cool they look, no one will buy them. They do look fucking gross though.
Pack's heavy enough already.
Well, they would if they didn't have hybrid life and ES on them. Yeah. I mean, if they had the original really good ES roll, then I could see people loving that. And if they had a really high life roll, I could see people loving that. And if they had a third damage roll, I could see people loving that. But the small hybrid, I don't know. It's like not enough energy shield to matter, but also not enough life to matter. Also, if it wasn't for attacks, then I could see a lot of spellcasters wanting it for different spells, especially Frostbolt, Ember, the Fusillade, God, even Spark. Fuck Pierce. Let me chain and fork, maybe. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things you can do with it, but it's in a little hybrid state right now. Just not stacking being killed yet. I don't know. I doubt it. Gemling's still pretty popular. Amulet's a much more contested spot now, though. Was killed. Long live stat stacking. I mean, there's definitely still some strength stackers around. I know that for sure.
I have seen your downfall. Show it to me once more.
Hey, nice. Another one of them. That one doesn't have to go in my build. I can sell it. 30 div, let's go. That's fucking 0.6 of a mage blood.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Yep, let's see. Want to play your tinks or my tinks? That is one of the biggest reasons why I should make a Giga Chad filter. I was gonna do it today, but I fucking didn't. So I'll make a Giga Chad filter tomorrow and it'll have the custom sounds on it. And if people want the Giga Chad filter, too bad. You'll have to put up with custom sounds. I'm like nervous about making a Giga Chad filter because I don't know what to hide and what not to hide. I do know that the first step of making a Giga Chad filter is going to be to make a generic module for all of the white bases at correct item levels. Which I have in my strict filter now, but it isn't a module and it isn't as correct as I want it to be.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
But I definitely want to do it as a module so that I can, if I do it as a module, then I can just add that module to all my filters. And then when something changes, you just change the module and everything changes. It also lets people who don't like my filters just steal that module and be like, oh yeah, a good highlight for all the white bases, please. One of those rarity farming filters? Yes, and I've had a look at a few, including Mr. Nine Lives, and they're all way too, even the one he redid, they're all way too loose for me. And I know the reason, it's because the negative rarity farmers are also crafting on it all, and they know what to do with that. And so they're showing a lot of those sort of bases, even the ones that are only worth, you know, 4 or 5 exalts right now, because at the end of the day, they'll craft on them all. I don't want to filter like that. I don't want all the 4 and 5x bases on my filter. I want it to be like, I want to be picking up, you know, 20, 40x bases, because I'm just going to sell them as white, right? I'm not crafted in the middle of my map. So they need to be stricter than what they use.
You must be out of your mind.
Notice his mouth moves. Almost. Yo, Wisp, could you get a fucking move on? You're the slowest Wisp in the world. Yeah, good, you got in something. Jesus. Oh, and you're out of it again. Fuck. Go find something. Be inside of it. That one right there. It's right beside you. Jesus. Yes, they both, each one the gun. Alright, fuck it, leave them behind.
Up for another hunt, are you? Another whiff. Here we go.
Grey goes off, you're leaving. Yeah, that's the other thing is I do need to be picking up less stuff, but we can't just turn off all res. We can't. We can't just turn off all res. Not here.
Have you come to join, my beloved?
Jazz and liquor and the men who play for fun.
Your pockets
Did you see the 30th anniversary tribute? I did not. But it is one of my favorite musicals. I don't know if it is my favorite. It's definitely up there. No, it probably is. I hate picking up 200 items a map. I would love it if the tier 5s were about 2 or 3 times as good as they are right now, and about 1/10 as rare. And then I could just hide all the rest of it. That'd be great. I don't think everyone else would like that. I think that's just a me thing. I just want to pick up nothing. But I can't in this game, so I just have to get used to it. But I definitely have to be stricter about what shows up, because I can't be regularly leaving my map 2 or 3 times to put loot in my stash. That's just not. Even if it's like, oh, but it's really profitable to do so. Okay, but it's not fun. I want to kill monsters. I can tell you what I'm not bringing is a whole bunch of perfect exalts and augments and ID scrolls into my map. I'd absolutely get fucked. I'm not doing that. You get 1 inventory per map, them as the rules. Yes, I like that as the rule. Although, with the exception of, like, you know, if there's just like 1 or nice. If there's like 1 or maybe 2 maps a day that they're just shit out so much I have to leave more often, that's fine. But the standard should be just one portal per map. Like I shouldn't normally leave. Oh. I shouldn't normally leave with like more than an inventory. Also, when I have Ange open and I open my inventory and I pick this up, could it not close Ange and open my gem window? Oh, that doesn't need to be making a ding sound anymore. I guess it used to be more. When use for 1 second per 1 second of their cooldown. Use mana cost efficacy during any I just feel they're generally the best. You know what? I don't think I've ever gone back through them since I was doing progression. seeking shrines, please. I don't need gloom. Deal damage, different. The spirit drop intelligence item, drop strength item, drop dex item. Fuck you. Primal spirits, please. Yeah, ruins, cool. Yep, powerful. Yo, I actually never went back through these ever since progression. Ooh, that's a hard choice. Rare monster packs have a 50% chance for an additional rare monster. Or 10%, not 10% rarity, that's not it. 30% chance for an extra monster modifier is really good. So's 15% effectiveness. They're both pretty good. I think we stick with effectiveness though. Rogue exiles have a 100% chance to get unique jewelry. Yeah. No other option here. These are the only essences that are worth anything. Additional content added to powerful maps. Rogue exiles, cool. Additional content added to powerful maps. I mean, I don't want more fucking spirits, I'll tell you that. Yeah, for sure, we'll keep the shrine. 100% increased chance of a certain type of content. Rogue exiles, fuck you. Select between pack size, effectiveness, or rarity. Effectiveness. I can see that. Less 15% chance traditional. Yeah, that's fine. What the fuck is a sacred spirit? It doesn't have a hover. Alright, well, let's change into them. See, I would love to change this one into the shrines instead affect the boss. I'm sure I have enough damage for it. I'm sure if it gets a regen, I'll be fine. I think even if it heals... Yeah, I thought about it for a second and I was like, oh, wait, hang on. Even if it heals literally 50% of its life a second, I'm still going to kill it in 1 second. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Fine, lineage gems is definitely correct. See, these are the ones that are confusing. Okay, let's go around the outside first. Increase quantity of tablets found. Yeah, we're keeping that. What do we got? Quantity of tablets, quantity of runes, or just 6% generic rarity. Honestly, I think still tablets. Like, I as much as I would love 6% increased rarity, I am rarity. Like, I do want rarity, but like, tablets are so good, yeah. Select within the water area. Yeah, just currency is fine. There's too many bombs that need to be resold or used correctly. %15 chance. Select bonuses. 15% chance base regal orbs drop as alchemy orbs. 15% chance base nah, effectiveness. Fuck you. 10% chance that exalted orbs drop as chaos orbs. I don't know if that's worth it over just pack size, to be honest. No, it is, because pack size is worthless. It's only the rares that matter. So, sure, give me more chaos. Ooh. It cannot immune and will always change their essence. I don't actually want that. Ooh, corrupt, and it could double corrupt them? Or duplicate 25% of the time. I think double corrupt them. %5 chance that greater currencies are upgraded to perfect currencies, or 15% effectiveness. See, now that's a tougher one, but I think we still go with the greater upgrade to perfect. I don't think 15% effectiveness is better. Because, like, there's already, like, a decent amount of that, and I'm gonna have it on my tablets, and I'm gonna have it on my things, and, like, that's graters. 5% of graters. Well, I get... I mean, I guess I get sweet fuck all of those, and there are no greater divines. But greater... well, I don't even know if I've... Hang on. This doesn't tell me! No! It's useless! No! I was hoping it would tell me how many I picked up. It counts all the exalts together. The scroll is how much I've traded for. Where was it? Where was I looking? Isn't near the top right? There it is. Yeah, well, we'll change it to effectiveness. Okay, cool. Okay, so the ones that I think are important are these ones for the city biomes. So one of them has lineage support gems. Where are you? It was over this side here somewhere. There, forest. So is forest an option here? Yes, and I don't have it. All cities are now forests. Within desert areas, effectiveness is higher. Desert. Sweet. So then the other option is grass and swamp. So grass has effectiveness and swamp has garbage. So no swamp, grass. So city areas are now city zones and forest zones and desert zones. No, they're all different city. Val cities, Feraldian cities, and Ezamite cities. Not gonna lie, didn't know there were many different cities like that. No idea what the fuck they're talking about anymore then. But whatever, I've picked the correct ones. Oh, right. The area that's around the bosses. Right. Right. Yeah, Val cities are the best because 4 tablets. Which used to mean you could add 3. Because you still had to use a +1. But now you can Doriani's for the +1 level and actually use 4 tablets. Which I think is cool. Okay, fixed. Doriani get fixed? It did. It did. It got fixed today, this morning. It was inconsistent and still bugged. Did they? Okay, maybe hold off. I don't know. Okay, well that's enough of that shit for now. So then Aval City is this one. So Val, no. So Val cities are now forests, and forests have the 50% chance lineage. Okay. So Val cities now have more lineage shit in them too. Fantastic. Because I need to do the rest of these. Although I do have to do, yeah, that one. That one's technically out of the city, but I have to do it because it's got the delirium in it. By the way, Baylor, what? The Sacred Whispers, the Rabbit and Fox Talisman? Oh, well, I haven't had that the whole time. Oops. Grab all your free tamings in the mountain. What the fuck are you talking about? What is it specific about the mountain biome? 1 ring per map? I didn't know that that was a thing. I just thought it was something that dropped. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. Is that the good one? I can't remember their names. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, Aldur. That's the one that's rare. Need a cheat sheet? There's actually an app. I saw it. It was linked earlier in chat today, but I was watching the video still, and I saw it on Reddit the other day. Someone made a little add-on for it that pulls the prices of everything on the screen there from Pee-wee Ninja and puts a little symbol beside it. Speak of the fucking devil. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. That's a great thing to hear here as you tune into stream. It's some old bullshit. Whatever the people who run churches are called used to say a lot.
One's trash is another's treasure.
Nature's grasp. Tainted blue.
The Serpent Clan rises once more. The Serpent Clan shall rise again.
Wilds take it.
It's on a face down, 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 down. Another thing is a dislike. I've said this the whole time and I stand by it. If they took all of the ones that downgraded into tier 14s and made them also go to tier 16s, it would still be a kind of shit rate. It is absolutely not 1 in 5. I think I maybe averaged like 1 in 12, 1 in 15, somewhere in that region. Mm, 5 yesterday, yeah, but average. I had a really good one yesterday, and that wasn't. That's not normal. I'm a believer. Down in my mind. How was this interview in TLDR? First of all, fantastic, really good. TLDR.
Darkness awaits.
I try and only say nice things. Most of the stuff I have to say is nice, so that's fine.
Nature doesn't ever.
They do seem on top of pretty much everything that's an issue. whether or not they get to it like right now or not. They do seem to have correctly identified almost every problem that is remaining and are actively working on them. So really happy overall. Still not 100% convinced that Jonathan understands the game, but Mark's there. He's doing a fantastic job.
That would only slow you down.
Incoming logbook buffs, yeah. That's cool too. That is a tier 1 hybrid. Oh, hold on, that is close to perfect. I have to play with that one. On sprint/1 portal, they are overall happy with sprint. They want you to get knocked down, and 1 portal wasn't mentioned. Has no pull was his. I mean, I didn't try either.
You deserve that one.
There's some of this approach. It's not just that. It's that sometimes it feels to me, and maybe it's a me thing and not a him thing, but it feels to me quite too often that Jonathan expresses an opinion about how something currently is, and I feel as if he's the furthest from correct that he could possibly be. Like, it's just straight up the exact opposite of what he said. And it happens a lot. And it could be me. It could be me too. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. I don't know. But it happens a lot. I don't think ever once happened with Mark. Sometimes I'll disagree, but it's never from like a, wait, you don't understand what's going on. It's like a, well, I can see how you like it that way. I would just prefer it if something else would happen, but it's the one that makes sense to me, right?
Speak.
There's a lot in my craft this later tab that I need to do at some point. Non-evolutionary traces still intact. Between a pineapple with, that's fucked up. I don't think, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Pineapple wants my pile of garbage that we have to gamble on before it becomes good stuff. She only wants to craft like good items. Like, I don't think Pineapple enjoys crafting, you know, 45 decent 5 to 10 div items to make. I don't think that's something she wants me to be handing her. Right? It's like, here's 700 different items I've dropped over the past 3 days, and then you spend 4 div total and you make 30 10 div items. She doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to do that. That's not her fun level of crafting. Even outside of this specific league or even this specific game, just in general, would you say that that is correct? Not something you really want to do? Right? Like, you don't really want to just be crafting mediocre garbage in bulk? Got something to put in you. I don't like the sun. Huh, that's come down quite a bit. That's because last time I did it, it was there, worth a little over 3 times that. Used to be 240x. And that was only 2 days ago. Scrolling to the launch of the Fab gun. Why is that? What was on? Was he getting abused on Twitter? I mean, it's still pretty good. You guys from every single state, you guys from 100x 100 div entry. Yeah, don't do that. Don't start doing whatever Farmer Fubgun does. Remember the farms that he did very profitably and revisit them a week after he gives up. That's how. Or remember them next league and pick what he isn't doing. Or be really, really quick. When he first starts out doing a new one, do it start at the same time.
Join us.
Right? Yeah, you're either buying in the first wave to get involved in it, or you're selling shovels to go to that strategy, or you just move backwards to one of the ones he's already done or a new one that he hasn't touched yet. You remember, people are sheep. He has the, I don't know if it's the largest. He has quite a large like farming strat following. It's like the new Grimbro, right? His farm strats are great, but as soon as he starts doing one, that becomes far less accessible immediately while he's playing it. But because people are sheep, they always have really fucking short memories, right? And so when he moves on to a new farm, you've only got to give it like 2 days, like maybe even 1 day, 1 or 2 days into him doing a new farm. You can do the old one all of a sudden because the people doing it are sheep. They just follow him around to whatever he's doing. Just don't do that. But remember them because they're great strategies, and just don't do them at the same time he's doing them.
Nature takes what's old.
Hate defines us all.
And the conduit of good ideas. He has a ton of those good ideas himself. He is also getting fed some good ideas from other people, which is totally not a bad thing. He literally has like good people with him as well, and he can identify the ones that are bad and the ones that are good when he gets told new ones. Like he's doing a great job, but like as a person who isn't, like, if you're not him, don't be following, don't be behind, right? Don't be behind. You can't start a farm because it looked really good on his stream for the last 2 days. It's already too late. You know, don't do that one. Also, quite often the best strats don't come out of any streamer. That is true. For a combination of reasons. The first being streamers are such a small fucking percentage of the people playing the game that there is just no viable way that streamers as a whole reliably have the best strat. Like, even if we're all combined into one, but we're so few people. There are so many people playing. And then also partially because anything we do on stream, and therefore other people see it, and then the more people that are doing something, the less worth it is. So it's like a combination of both of those things. But like, how many PoE streamers are there really? What, like, if we include small ones, what, like 200? 200 maybe? How many people are playing? Like something 100,000? A few 100,000? I'm right? It's like, what are the chances that like we've consistently always got the best? I would say on average, not me, but on average, your streamers are probably significantly better than an average player. Just because of you get to play all day every day, and average players don't get to play all day every day. But still, it's like 200 versus 500,000. We're never gonna have the best stuff all the time. It's just not. It's just not viable.
Come check out what came in for you.
Yes.
And as someone who has once or twice found the best thing, it almost always comes from somewhere else. Like, in fact, I don't know. It almost always comes from somewhere else, right? You're just the first person to showcase it. Or you might like refine it or improve it in some way. I can't think of a single thing I originally came up with. It wasn't Holy Relic. It wasn't Poison SRS. It wasn't Spectres. It wasn't Tornado Shot, which is what I was playing before that. It wasn't the wand build. It wasn't like I didn't. Did I make many things better? Yes. Did I write full guides on things and like make it more accessible to more people? Yes.
Come check out what came in for you.
Originally think up the concepts? No. Got a campaign divine. Oh, what a party. Nice. Yoink. And then there's the other part. I don't remember that, but like, let's say that is right. Let's say Diggs had the idea for Tom Isley in that one league on his own. No prompting from anywhere. What do you reckon the chances are someone else had already had that idea anyway? Even though it's not a copy, like you didn't copy them, there's still 500,000 people playing, like someone else, somewhere else. No streamer, no backup, no friends playing. Potentially not even on PoE Ninja because they're 5 levels, 10 levels below you. It's still super possible, right? Mm-hmm. Look at the trainer in Asia PoE. It's funny how many builds and stats take off there. And they're being done over there for quite a while. In my experience so far, Korea's been the biggest. Although China is a close second for like finding new things first.
Ancient blight. Nature's grasp. Nature takes what.
The voices warned you about
Which 500 div support is for you guys? Oh, right. Needing 500 div worth of. Right. Okay, cool. I thought there was like one bow one that was just like 500 div just on its own. I was like, wait, what fucking one is that? How? What? There's so much to do now. What? What even? There's anything aspirational. I mean, like the same. If you're a player that's done all of the content already, you've done it. You've done all the stuff. You can do 200% daily maps, all that sort of stuff, right? You're also done with PoE in a week or two, with PoE 1. Like,
did you not see that coming?
like, what? There's nothing to. Easy divine. Get it behind us. Yeah, that expedition stuff hopefully will be soon. Soon buffs to expedition. Also, I would encourage anybody who's even a little bit like, I don't know what else there is left to do, to literally stop playing. And the reason for that is they're going to do multiple resets between now and the new launch with like rebalancing skills and shit. You're going to get more time to play. You're going to start again with the fresh shit, but it's not going to be a new league. It's going to be a rebalance. So you might as well just come back then, right? Like, Bud, could you move, please? Take a little walk. There we go. Thanks, Bud.
Are you sure you're still there?
New league, just not new content. Well, the balance patches and such, but not a new league. We're not looking for, well, it will be a new league, kind of. Full economy reset and everything. Start everyone again, but not new content, just balance and bug fixes and, right? All of that shit. And also, this is the best time to take a break, right? Yeah, like definitely just take a break if you feel even a little bit done, because there'll be, you know, there'll be another reset. And a passage as soon as possible. Yeah, Palsteron apparently bought one on like day 2 for like 8 div or something. I was like, it was like day 4 update or something. He was like, yeah, I bought this at the beginning of day 2. Don't look at its price now. Don't look at its price now.
Another accursed trinket.
Alright, well, I wish I didn't waste 25 div on that thing, but I've got 30 div worth of shit to sell, so I still made 90. Expedition is definitely not the most profitable right now, so we might just hold on to the rest of our logbooks and shit until it becomes good, hopefully. I saw them all white where they're 2 different pieces. Shit, maybe I should do that. Where'd they go? I mean, you said you sold them all white. Like, they don't... Wow. Oh, while they're still 2 div a piece. I mean, it looks like, yeah, they're still 2 div a piece. That's crazy. I mean... $1.7 now. Whatever. I'll just keep him. Oh, yeah. I couldn't give a shit about the price of a mirror. I don't think I've ever bought one or sold one. That's just not the area I exist in ever.
Speak up.
But I don't know, Div's still pretty good. Divs are still buying me
Do not wander.
plenty of things.
Cool winds. I can wait. Glorious.
What have you
Hello.
Where is...
Welcome.
Greetings, Harry.
Here is some equipment.
Only in all of the... Ah, there he is.
Sand again. We've got a...
What do you mean? More stock by killing unique monsters. I thought I'd be able to come and...
Not
No, I never buy things that are a mirror. That's only, there's like, I just never buy things that are a mirror. And like the items I'm looking at buying are still in the like 50 to 100 div range. Other than the fucking mage blood. So I'm still happy with div.
never too old to start afresh.
Other than the fucking mage blood. Which is just disgustingly expensive. I guess I don't really believe that the price of mirrors specifically affects the entire market that much when you're talking about like middly decent gear, like good stuff, but not like mirror worthy shit. But I could just be wrong. Yeah, okay, yes, true. I'm considering 50 to 100 div items the middly decent stuff, which is also unhinged. But like that range of item, I don't see divines affecting it. Sorry, not divines, mirrors. I don't see mirrors like affecting that market that much.
Speak. This is all we have.
So I definitely know there is a cutoff to like the price of mirror doesn't matter when you're in X price range. I guess I just thought at 50 to 100 div items that I'm still in X price range if I don't give a shit about the price of a mirror. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that price range is way lower than I think it is. Like maybe that price range starts earlier than I thought it did. Maybe it's earlier than I thought it was. Maybe I do care. I mean, I still can't do anything about it. I'm gonna end up having to buy more Varlorbs. Yo, let's go. Let's go. What? Oh, never mind. It's getting worse at the bottom. It's gonna even out. Well, maybe it won't. Well, that was okay. 11, 12, 13. Yo, I cheated. 13. That's 10, I think. That's 10 that went down. I don't run tier 16s, should I? Depends on the content. I've been exclusively running the tier 16s anytime it's boss content because I think that it affects that. It also would make all the 82 bases drop from magic monsters, not just rares. So maybe? But most of my maps I'm still running are the corrupted tier 15s. But yeah, the price difference between a base that's 81 and the base that's 82 is pretty big. And like it stays in relation, but like, you know, an 81 base that's 40x a base, the 82 version is 2 div. I think white items, yes. Well, I'm saying that something that's in the 40 range, X range, is 2 div at just that one item level higher. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to sit down and make my own tiered module so that I can have those. I tried stealing some of the negative rarity farmer guys stuff, but all their stuff is like super way looser than you would want, because what they do is they pick up all of these bases and then they put them in and they craft them at the end of the day, and I'm not going to do that shit. So I don't want to be picking up all the 4 exalt items that they're going to craft on and they're going to throw away 80% of, and the other 20% they're going to sell for 10 or 15 divs. Like, Fubs got way too much showing. There's so many bases on Fubs that are worth 5x. I'm going to put a module with all the expensive bases. The stuff that, like, you really need. And I'm going to make it a module so everybody can just add it to filters when they want. Taj! I think they did 10 gifted subs. I don't use fuck off filter yet. Oh, that's what I'm making tomorrow. That's what I'm making tomorrow. But I'm starting with the module. But I will check out his new one before I start making my own. See if it's stricter, because his filter was way too loose. I guess he can do it because he can read. But I want to click everything that's shiny. Apparently didn't have the pet. No, you can get a second copy of it as of yesterday. Actually, speaking of, I would also like my second copy. Hold on. Yoink. Yeah, Fubs filters are way too loose. Way too loose for me, generally. They're fine for him because he can read all of those things at speed as he's running through a map and decide what he wants to pick up and what he doesn't. I need my filter to do that for me. I need my filter to do that for me. I'm special. To yourself, is this money laundering? It's kind of like giving 25% of that just directly to Twitch. But also, like, technically I get to claim it on tax as well, but it also comes in as new incomes. So I don't know. Boom Shroom, also thank you for the 10 gifted. What the fuck? Yo, I'm like, I have Twitch open, like looking for somebody to host. This is like the end of stream. Why suddenly fucking 20 gifted subs? Tax time soon too? Yep. I don't know if I will, The PC, I got back to my PC and saw the notification about no pet. Fair. Let me bail before you go. Yes. Want to see immortal memes. Is it recoup shenanigans? Yeah, it's recoup shenanigans for sure. It's so much regen. That is recoup though, is what that is. Like for sure that's recoup. That is the I want to never die no matter what. It's not even full mum because he is taking damage to his life. He's split between the two. If I had to guess, I don't know, somewhere around 60% mom. And then he's just gotten recoup on both. Actually hilarious. I love that, actually.
Hi Valor, what is your senior guide to PO2? What is your HROC? Your Fox is RF, your Anki's ARC, throwback to the good old days.
It's the Archmage totem, Grim totem thing. You can just fucking, it's 2 buttons or 1 button if you really want it to be. And you just run through and basically ignore everything and never read a map mod in your life, and it's league startable for free. You can solo self-found it. It's everything. Also, feeling super with the T1 sub. I mean, there's also... Jesus Christ. Also, Herm and Hijib. Also, thank you for the T1 subs. Craft for the unique map I did. What is a perfect flux? Jesus. Yep, I do. I do see that. Yep, okay. Alright. Alright. I have to do it. I have to run. Pretty soon I have to go get a fucking massage or chiropractor or something. My back is fucked. By the way, oh, this thing. LOL. I'm a ram. I will see everybody tomorrow.